welcome you all in this fourth day of 5-day national workshop on basics of research methodology, organized jointly by the Department of English and IQAC, Government Digvijay, PG Autonomous College Rajnandgaon, and Indira Sangeet Vishwavidyalaya, Khairgarh. So, for the reporting of the sessions of day 4, session 1, Professor Dr. Savita Singh Madam was the speaker, and she dealt with the topic A Brief Introduction to Literary Theories. Madam gave us a brief overview of literary theories and literary criticism, all the isms, key thinkers, their ideas, and also how they used theories to evaluate text. Ma'am started her lecture with the difference between literary theory and criticism, then liberal humanism. She also gave some ideas on theories like Eurocentric, Androcentric, etc. She started with the Russian formalism and moved us towards archetypal criticism, new criticism, phenomenological criticism, feministic criticism, structuralism, the theory of deconstruction, reader response criticism, semiotics, eco criticism, post colonial studies, cognitive literary studies, modernism, postmodernism, new historicism, etc. in detail. Ma'am's session was it was like a brief to the whole of criticism. Those who are not even those who do not even know anything about literary theories or literary criticism, if they listen to ma'am that 1.5 hours of ma'am's lecture, then they will not need any book, any reference book, but ma'am's lecture itself was sufficient enough to give them a whole idea of literary theories and criticism. The second speaker for day 4 was Dr. P. N. Sanesar sir from Department of English, Government Arts PG College in Vada, MP. And sir gave a lecture on researching biographies. And sir's lecture was very interactive because he gave a lecture on researching biographies. The session was really fantastic when he started with a question on a picture, and the picture having a boat which was waiting at the shore, and on the other side was seen an island. And sir, after inquiring much from the participants and engaging them all in the talk, he finally concluded that the land, the island, that was the target to complete PhD, to pursue for research, and the boat is the researcher. The boat is waiting for the boatswain, and the boatswain is the research supervisor who will be taking the boat towards the target. So, taking these very references, he taught the participants how to aim for their research, and then sir gave useful tips on doing research on biographies. So both the sessions yesterday, they were really enlightening, and they filled us with knowledge and enthusiasm to pursue for research, which was the desired goal behind organizing this workshop. So yesterday's both the sessions, they were really fruitful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam, for this brief note on yesterday's happening. And similarly, we hope that today's session will also be fruitful and useful for the participants. We are waiting for Dr. Manish Srivastava, sir, our first speaker, to join. And as soon as sir joins, we will start the session.
Very good morning, Dr. Nelu. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Very good morning, sir.
Am I visible too?
No, 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 sir. You are not visible.
Oh, I don't know what is going wrong with this today's celebrate this conference.
Uh, Sir, have you joined with laptop or sir?
Yes, yes. Just for a
Okay,
moment, I got my
camera.
yes, yes on, and when I logged in with your Google Meet ID today, just now, then again it's gone. I think. So let me. What I do that I join with the mobile now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That would
It's
be better.
better. It's
है ना?
better.
Okay,
So
okay.
please log in with mobile.
I'm so sorry for this interruption and this delayed joining.
No problem, sir. No problem.
No
Please.
problem, sir. It's fine.
Technical glitches are the most important part of all the online or
Yes,
programs.
yes, that's true.
Yes.
Program. Mhm.
So it's nice that now we have Dr. Manish Srivastava sir from Guru Ghasidas University. Sir has joined, and today sir is going to talk about researches in literature, a practical approach. I formally invite Dr. Neelu Srivastava madam to present a introduction of Srivastava sir. Please, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, Chandan. Uh, a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries and participants who are present on this uh, workshop. This is the fifth day of 5 days national workshop on basics of research methodology. And Dr. Manish Srivastava, he is the first speaker in today's session. And it's my pleasure today to introduce our guest speaker.
Yes, I hope the voice is now gone. Echoing voice is gone.
Yes,
Yes,
yes, sir.
and you are visible also, sir.
Visible
Yes,
also.
yes. Thank you.
So, welcome to this workshop, Dr. Manish Srivastava. And it's my privilege today to introduce our guest speaker for the session, Dr. Manish Srivastava, sir, who is from Guru Ghasidas Central University, Bilaspur. Dr. Srivastava is professor in English and presently he is shouldering the responsibilities of the university as OSD development. Sir has been former Dean, Faculty of Arts and Founder Dean, Faculty of Law. During his student's life, Sir was the second position holder in University Merit List in MA English. He holds a rich experience of 32 years. Sir has to his credit two books and more than 10 research papers published in national and international journals and more than 25 papers presented in national and international conferences and seminars. 11 PhDs have been awarded under his erudite supervision, and 5 scholars are working at present under his guidance. He is the chief editor of University Students Magazine Uran and also mentor of University Theatre Group Urchins. During his student's life, he was honored with the Best Cadet Award and he represented college badminton team at state level tournament. He also won position in debate competitions in school and college life. He has given his contribution as PhD examiner in more than a dozen universities of India like BHU, Allahabad, English and Foreign Language University, Nagpur University, Utkal University, Sambalpur University, etc. He has been an expert and examiner in many state PSCs like MP, CG, Jharkhand, and Bihar. So, with all due respect to a multi dimensional personality, I want to invite Dr. Manish Srivastava sir and request him to present his peroration today. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nilu, for introducing me. And I respectfully welcome Dr. Anita Shankarji, head of the department, Dr. Chandan, who just welcomed me, and all the rest of the participants who are present here. It's really great and it's a great opportunity for me to be present here and to speak a few words on the research methodologies and various research issues which are already, I think since this is the fifth day, a lot of things must have been already discussed. And literally speaking, I don't think that there is anything is left for me to discuss now or to speak upon. But even then, I believe that each speaker has something to contribute, something to give to the listeners, and to share the experiences that he or she particularly had while either doing research or supervising the research. So it would be like sharing my experiences with the persons who are present here. And I believe that most of the persons who are present here, they are either research scholars or the aspirant research scholars, in addition to some of the faculty members also who are present here. So what I intended to speak on the issue was just a practical approach of studies in literature, some practical approaches in studying and the researches in literature. We all know that, let me start, I think everybody prefers to start with a quote by Bacon, and that is very aptly taken at this point. And the quote is very, very popular. We all know that he says, reading maketh a full man, conference a ready man, and writing an exact man. Now if you use this analogy for the process of creativity and the process of research, then you find a very striking similarity between this proverb of Bacon and the research method that we adopt in the colleges or universities. Now, what we see, and I personally believe that every researcher is a practical self of his conceptual reality. That is the thought in action, because the true vocation of researcher is to be an intense, voluminous reader, first of all. Secondly, a willing and curious participant in the academic deliberation and in the conferencing, and a highly conscious and careful writer of the dissertation, whether it is an MPhil dissertation or it is a PhD dissertation. So if you use this analogy, if you use this proverb of Bacon, you find that there is a way, there is a direction to every researcher how to proceed with research. So reading is first of all is the foremost and the most important exercise that one has to undertake. Secondly, participations in the conferences, deliberations, discussions, in the academic discussions, they contribute a lot. And then after assimilating all these things, you finally enter into writing. So this is how actually research should be done, and this is the ideal model, or I think the ideal way in which research can be performed. Okay, now whenever we talk about research, particularly in the academic fraternity, whenever we talk about research, or we say that yes, somebody is just admitted to a research program, or I am guiding research, or this department is a research center, or this institution, university or college is a research university or college. So everybody is filled with a sense of reverence. Everybody is filled with a sense of lot of respect for the both parties who are engaged in the performance or in the research. Why we do these things? We do these things because why? That research is popularly known as the roof and crown of all higher education system. Now, this is a very, very ideal picture of research nowadays. But practically speaking and factually speaking, and I hope many of you would agree with me, what is the scenario today? That the roof seems to have developed cracks, and the crown looks contaminated with the impurities in its metal. I hope all of you get my point. That if we call the research the roof and crown of the higher education, then there is something wrong with the roof and as well as with the crown also. So what is there? That in the present time, research has mostly been taken as a complementary to your profile of career. or it adds only to academic profile. That after doing PG, doing MPhil, publishing some papers, either you get appointment through NET examination or SET examination. What next is left? Let us go for PhD. So that is why at one point of time, uh, uh, one article was published way back in Indian Express, and I still remember the line and the quote in that Indian Express: "When all else fails, take up research." This is what had been the perception of the people. When all else fails, take up research.
Excuse me,
Okay.
sir.
Sometimes even one what news was there in the Deccan Chronicle once long back, and what that said that PhDs are a national waste. Now I do not say that PhDs are always like this or all the PhDs are like this, but yes, of course, you must admit that because of the need and purpose of the PhDs and the compromising nature in the quality of the PhDs, we are facing such criticism. The pathology of the mediocre PhDs. Okay, then there are many people who say that if you do not do anything, then go for PhD. So the very genesis of writing a research dissertation or MPhil or PhD dissertation is that if you do not do anything, go for that. So that makes
Excuse me,
the
sir.
job very
Sir,
challenging. Yes,
Manish,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, your voice is actually echoing, so we are unable to enjoy or concentrate fully. If you can use a headphone, it will resolve the issue.
Okay.
Since you have logged in with two devices,
Ha ha. Acha, I do one thing. I will just log out from what device.
ha.
Is it okay now?
Yes, sir. Crystal clear and smooth voice now.
Just hold on. Is it still echoing?
No, sir, not now. It's
Okay.
fine.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Sir,
Okay.
this is your
And
laptop, sir.
no, no, this is mobile.
Okay. So you will be presenting your PPT.
No, no, no.
Okay. If
Okay.
you require to present, then we can also present from
Okay. Okay. If at all there is any requirement, I'll send the PPT right now to you.
here.
But of course, there is no PPT as such.
Fine.
Okay.
Yes,
So should am I visible also clearly?
sir. You are visible.
Okay, okay. So
Thank
what I was talking about, and I hope all of you agree that research has a different orientation, and what actually is happening in the practical life is a different thing. So there is a challenge for all the academicians and the whole academic fraternity here, not even here present. For everyone, there is a challenge that we must do something that we come out of such kind of images that the writing or the PhDs or writing of research has created. So that is why I prefer not to talk about the various methodologies that is involved in writing research. So I prefer to talk about the various challenges that any researcher faces. Okay, and before that, obviously, any speaker would always like to speak on what is research. So I hope that since I think the last but one speaker of the day, so what is research has been amply discussed, it has been amply deliberated upon, and it has been very well understood by all the participants in this workshop. But still then, I would like to present my point of view. Now, I think that research has got many dimensions, has got many ways to define. It has got many definitions also, various perceptions also, which may be sometimes very comprehensive, sometimes they may be very short also. So I'll try to do the both thing. For me, research is what? Research is knowing more and more about less and less. This is my personal belief. Many of you may not agree, but what I believe that research is knowing more and more about less and less. Why do I say so? The reason is that every research cannot be a granth. It cannot be an epic. Normally, what is happening that in most of the theses that I am evaluating across the nation, and some of the foreign thesis also, what I have observed that most of the topics of the thesis are they are very comprehensive in nature, highly comprehensive. So it's very difficult to find the element of research there. So a research is knowing more and more about less and less. So when you are selecting a topic, when we are selecting a topic or finalizing a research area, we must be very careful about the content of the research, and it should be very pinpointed and focused. That is what I mean. But what I believe, another thing, this is a very short definition. Now, looking at a broader perspective, what I believe that research is basically a human activity. It is very human in nature. No research in the world, whether it is scientific research or it is non-scientific research, no research is coming to us or it is generated unless there is a need of that. And what is the need? As I discussed in the beginning, that sometimes the need is our enhancement of our profile or the requirement of the job. For example, if UGC says that doing PhD is mandatory for appointment, then a lot of PhDs will be done. And of course, that would dilute the quality also at times. There is an apprehension of that. I do not say, I do not claim that it will happen, but yes, it may lead to that dilution of the quality also. So what is happening that there are many ways, there are many reasons of research. So unless you agree with the very value or the it's a human aspect of the research, so the research is useless. The research must be very human in nature. It must be having some human element in this, whether it is a literature research on literature, whether it is a research on any science or any applied or basic sciences. That is the prime requirement. Now, for example, I would like to explain it that we see a mobile in our hands today. Now, what is mobile? It has not suddenly dropped from the sky. It has not suddenly, it is not the byproduct of any big research. It is a research which was oriented at lessening the problems of communication or minimizing the problems of communication. Therefore, the idea of research came from there. And therefore, ultimately, we got the TV, then we got the telephone, then we got the LED, and then we got the mobile. Now we do not know what will be the next generation of the mobile or the communication. So why it is happening? It is a research. And this research was aimed at finding something, aimed at doing something for the human being. You find many technologies coming to us. You find many areas of discussions, even in the social sciences or in the humanities, which are actually having some genesis in them, having some reason in that. And as I told you, that they are all having some human element in that. So basically, research is technically saying knowing more and more about less and less, but at the same time, research is an activity of interest, devotion, and enthusiasm. And it requires what? It requires sincerity, patience, and perseverance also, a passionate commitment, a madness with the method. All these are the aspects of the research. Unless we have all these things within us, I think we are not prepared yet to go for the research. Now, second thing which is very important in understanding when we take up any research is that subjectivity as well as objectivity, they are both equally important. Okay, how subjectivity is important at the level of your involvement with the subject, your involvement with this activity, which may be called a tapasya also. So research is nothing less than a tapasya. So subjective involvement in the research is of the much importance. Secondly, in the same way, objectivity is very essential to know. What is this objectivity? That the outcome of the research is not governed by your personal emotions or your biases or your own information. That is very important. So in that case, objectivity with the finding and subjectivity with the pursuance of the research. They are the two things which you must maintain while doing the research. And this objectivity is essential. And this is how this objectivity can be achieved. Okay, this objectivity can be achieved by having a proper plan of the research, having a proper methodology, having suitable data, having suitable literary resources or the books, and a very rigorous reading of that. At the same time, making it comparative or comparing with other findings which are present in the same area. For example, if you are doing in the ecofeminocriticism, then you must have read all the researches so far available on the ecofeminocriticism. So they are very important to know. Okay. Now, we know that researches are how and where are the researches done. We all know that researches are done in the research centers, of course. It is done in the university, it is done in the colleges, it is done in the research institutions, and sometimes researches are carried out at the individual level also. So not only the institution, but the individual level researches are equally important. And I have seen, it had been my experience that individual level researches have come out with a better result. They are more focused, they are well received by the society. So they are conducted at the institutional level, they are in departmental level or the personal level or the national and international level also. So in the present, now what is happening in the present system of globalization and the present sense of globalization, the relevance and scope of research is subject to strict critical evaluation on competitive parameters of judgment. This is a very important thing, that when we conduct a research at international level, then you are open to a broader area of criticism and critical evaluation. So these things are very, very challenging. Normally what happens that sometimes the researcher as well as the supervisor are unaware of this fact, that the topic they have chosen or the area they have chosen, they have got some international involvement, international current affairs involvement in them. And we keep on tracking the old data and the out of date data in our research, and therefore our research becomes very difficult to defend at the time of viva voce. Recently I was facing a viva voce which was the on the Commonwealth literature and the SAR countries, and the data which were used for the SAR countries, they are very, very old. But I appreciated the researcher because he had at least been very, very honest in passing remarks on the socio-cultural movements of the nations which he has taken in his research. He was not afraid whether he was talking about the Islamic terrorism or whether he was talking about the malnutrition in some of the countries, whether he was talking about the fascism, whether he was talking about something. He did not hesitate to talk about this thing. And this is what is the called objectivity in research. So whenever the level of research is chosen, it must be chosen very carefully. If the research is involving something which is of the international level, then both the researcher and the supervisor have to be very, very careful in collecting the data. Now, cutting short, I will come to another aspect of my research, that is my deliberation, that is the various types of research. There is nothing new that I will be telling to you, but even then, what I believe that there are basically three types of researches. One is the fundamental research, second is applied research, and third is action research. So if you divide all the researches, they will fall into these three broad categories. There may be even subcategories within this, but basically I believe that there are the three types of researches. So first is fundamental research, and fundamental research is what? It is pure, basic, and explanatory in nature. Very, very explanatory in nature. Okay, and it is pure. It is basic. It is almost sometimes rewriting of already established truth. And normally it is conducted without any specific practical end, as it is essentially driven by intuition. This is the quality of a fundamental research. So mostly it is intuitive in nature. So you are driven by some intuition, you are driven by some passion, you are driven by some dream of your life, that yes, I one day I would like to know in depth what actually happened with Sita in the Ramayana, why she was put to the Agni Pariksha. So that could be a kind of fundamental research. So when you do this research, the outcome of this research is not very important. It is your own passion and dream, your own intention about knowing more about a subject, about a character or any situation. So mostly it is driven by your intuition and your curiosity, and this curiosity is normally aimed only at the advancement of the knowledge. So you only add your own perception. Yes, in my belief, this actually happened with the Sita, this might have happened with her. So this is the thing, very changing the scenario, because it did not change the whole Valmiki's Ramayana in that just by finding one truth about Sita. So it is not normally for enlightenment of your mind. Okay, you are more enlightened, you can tell people, other people, that yes, I believe that this might have happened. And it is normally this fundamental research is engaged with the rules, laws, concepts, some restrictions, some theories which are already present. And at the same time, you are very careful about what I should say, you are very careful about not touching those issues which may create a problem in the societal structure. So whenever you find something new, which is something very astonishing and surprising about Sita, so you'd be hesitant to say that. So what you do, that you just compile your findings in such a way that it becomes just a new perception of one single character or one single situation. So that is all about fundamental research, and this is possible both in humanities and social sciences. So fundamental researches are basically more intuitive in nature, and they are aimed at only advancement of the existing knowledge. That's all. Okay, but some social restrictions, some problems are underlying there, which I just narrated to you. The second is applied research. Now applied research is a very vast field. This applied research is something, if you see very carefully, actually this is what is the tempo of research present today, and that is what we are supposed to do even in English literature also, or even in social sciences. Now all, I believe that basically all interdisciplinary researches, all comparative researches, they are nothing but the applied researches. So what actually is happening in the applied research? It needs a lot of expertise, because it is used to find a solution to a problem through the application of any research area which is conducted, which is carried out with the help of some of the existing theories, some of the existing concepts. So you take a stance of this theory and the concept, and then you apply your theory into, or your concept, your what I should say, your aim of research into that theory, in the framework of that theory, then it becomes an applied research. So there was some interruption. Am I audible and visible again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
You are audible.
Yes, yes. So I was talking about the applied research, and as I said, that it needs a lot of expertise because it involves interdisciplinary areas and subjects of the study. Secondly, uh, it always uses one theory or one set of concepts to apply on your topic, and therefore, and after that, you arrive at a particular result. So, basically speaking, what I was saying that applied research is nothing but this is a theory in practice. So, theories may be literary or non-literary. They are applicable in the understanding, interpretation, and evolution of a particular work or a set of works of an author or authors. What is happening that you apply this theory to the chosen author of your choice in your research, or a set of authors, or a particular text, or a group of texts. This is what is the practice. We normally select one author or one, I should say, text, or a set of authors or set of text. Okay, on certain basis, we make a selected study. Then we apply a theory. So this becomes an applied research. For example, if let me give you an example, if you apply the theory of Ras and Dhani theories of Indian poetics, it can be applied to almost all those areas wherever you are talking about the human emotion. It could be even a research in the medical sciences, okay, or psychoanalytical researches, or even the social researches on the social sciences, where Ras and Dhani Siddhant, he talked about that this is something which forms the core of Indian aesthetics, principles of Indian aesthetics. That he says um, it may be applied to all areas wherever there is a study of the richness of, or the question of the quality and the richness of human emotion. It can be in literature, it can be out of literature also. So this idea of Ras and Dhwani, you'll be surprised that even T.S. Eliot and E.M. Foster, I.A. Richards have used in their researches, in their writings. So these are very, very important things. Then there are various theories in Indian poetics, like the, as I told you, the Rasa Siddhant of Bharat's Natya, in given in the Natya Shastra. Okay, the nine rasas which are there, the Vibhas ras, the Shringar ras, the Has ras, the that Karuna ras, okay, and there are Veer ras. All these rasas are there, and each ras controls one of the, or it depicts some or the other human emotion. And all human beings, whether they are doing research in science or whether they are engaged in the research in literature, they are all engaged in the expression of the emotion in some or the other way. So even it may sound very ridiculous, it may sound very unjust, but let me tell you, there are certain researches even in the basic sciences which are being done, which are being carried out with the help of the Indian poetics, with the theories of Indian theories of Rasa Siddhant and Dhwani Siddhant, and you can also take the Dhwani Siddhant of Anand Vardhan. Okay, and Abhinav Gupta's Siddhant is also there, that how the words and emotions are twined into each other. So there are, what I wish to say, that these interdisciplinary researches are very, very broad, and it requires a lot of effort to do. Now, nowadays, sometimes what we do, that we take some research topics which are very, very interdisciplinary in nature, and they are highly comparative in nature, but we are not able to do justice with that only because of the lack of information that Indian Vedantic philosophy or Indian Vedantic orientation of our poetics has a lot of material for us to apply on that. Normally what happens that we look at the Western criticism. We fall easily to the Western criticism. And I do not say that Western criticism is not good, but yes, of course, there has to be a proper understanding, a proper balance between the Western criticism and the Indian criticism whenever you are taking an area of um, applied research or comparative research or the interdisciplinary research. This cannot be done without that. Let me tell you very frankly. Now, why I'm saying that? The reason is that T.S. Eliot, you take I. Richards, they all have been they'll all have been using the Indian poetics, the very system of Indian poetics, which involves the studies of rasas or the emotions. Okay, Vakrokti Siddhant, the Sadharanikaran, the we can say that is Sadhanika, and the other is Sahardayakaran. They are all actually applied. You just read T.S. Eliot's tradition and individual talent, and you read at one place Bharat Muni's Natyashas or even the Rasit Siddhant or the Dhwani Siddhant of the Dhwanaloka by Abhinav Gupta. Okay, sorry, Anand Vardhan. You will find that all these things have been already said long back in the Natyashas, what we are studying in the Western criticism. Now, therefore, any comparative research or any interdisciplinary research has to be chosen and taken very carefully. Now, let me tell you about something about some of the current. Sorry for interruption. That is why I don't prefer mobile. Lot of calls are continuously coming. So yes. So for example, let us talk about the Foster's aspect of the novel. Okay, we have already talked about T.S. Eliot's tradition and individual talent and dissociation of personality. Okay, then you can take Foster's aspects of the novel where rhythm, pattern, fantasy, prophecy may be taken up in all the aspects of his fiction. Then similarly, if you talk about Derrida's deconstruction, so what deconstruction normally is, very simply saying, it works on the principle that there is nothing outside the text. This is one approach of Derrida. Okay, for example, it is quite popularly applied to the study of and interpretation of the languages system that constitute the text. So Derrida focuses only on the language system. Why? Because he believes that there is nothing outside the text. So one has to be concentrated only upon the language that is available before you in the text. And he believed that all texts are, they are firstly phonocentric. Okay. Why phonocentric? Because speech precedes writing. Speech comes first and then the writing. So he says all texts, they are basically first they are phonocentric and then they are logocentric. That means these thoughts and this speech, they are then combined, they are represented through the various words or which are various signs. So therefore he says all these logos, they are signifiers and the material elements of the language that lead to the signifier, that is their conceptual meaning, which may be varied and therefore it is not possible to have any fixed basis of their understanding. And therefore we see the development of post-structuralism. Post-structuralism discusses or it talks about the indeterminate nature or the very liquid nature of the language system. So therefore they say that what Derrida has said is not very much possible. So we can say that continuously this linguistic approach to literature, such topics, we should be very careful about such changes. Then we have got various other theories like reader response theory. Then we have got a reception theory. We have got the theory of hermeneutic gaps in understanding a literature. So whenever we are applying, for example, if any researcher is there in this group here, he must be very careful in applying all these topics or these terms into their researches. Because, for example, this hermeneutic gap is something which was talked about by Stanley Fish. And what he says about this hermeneutic gap, that when the reader, we talk about the reader response theory, that is the text as interpreted by the reader. So when the reader interprets the text, there are certain gaps. And these gaps are not explainable and these gaps are not even fillable. one cannot fill that gap. So there is a lot of difference between the perception of the author and the writer, or the understanding or the reading of the reader. So these hermeneutic gaps have to be tackled with very carefully while you are writing research based on the applied theories. Then you have got interpretative communities, you have got the audience response criticism. Now, audience response criticism is actually nothing new. It is only something that where there is a reader, it is replaced by the audience who is actually viewing the performance. So this becomes an audience response criticism. Film theories are also there. Then Marxist criticism, Marxist approach is there. Then you have got Mikhail Bakhtin's this dialogic criticism, psychoanalytic criticism, very recent gyno criticism. Okay, and the recent one is selfie feminism is another branch of study, and we have got the philosophical criticism. Then phenomenological criticism is also there. So what I wish to say, whenever we go for the applied researches, when we go for the interdisciplinary or the comparative researches, all these aspects have to be considered by a researcher. We cannot just overlook it. Okay, so that the present post-colonial world, which has become very common research area, so post-colonialism has now been slowly replaced by the new historicism, historicist approach to the literature. Okay, then there is cultural materialism, and of course structuralism, deconstruction, post-structuration, they are always there. So all these theoretical researches, all this theoretical approach to researches have become very, very popular nowadays. And as I told in the beginning, that most of the researches nowadays, they are being done from this angle. But the problem is that we do select a topic, but we hardly or we seldom think about understanding all these aspects, all these theories in their proper context. And therefore, sometimes the researches are being either rejected, theses are being rejected and put under revision, or even sometimes when they're approved, the researcher faces a lot of problem during the defense of his or her PhD, during the viva voce. So this is not the purpose. I do not say that every research scholars does a fine presentation. Some of them, they sometimes hesitate, sometimes they are not able to understand the question of the examiner. Sometimes even the examiner is not very clear about his own question. This is also very much happening. But what I mean to say, the very purpose of research should not be frustrated or should not be defeated. The purpose is to arrive at something which could either be a new fact, or it could be something very, very contributive into the world of knowledge. If these two things are not done in the research, then this is not a proper research. Whether it is good defense or good snacks or the refreshment at the end of viva voce or not, or whether it is the welcome of the external examiner or his happiness or unhappiness, whatever, because normally we pay more attention to this thing. So I'm not criticizing anyone because I'm also part of this scenario. But the fact is that we very seldom talk about the actual finding of the research, which is contributing in some or the other way to the world of knowledge or to the researchers. That must happen. So whenever this applied research part is taken, what I'm again and again saying to all my research scholars or the students and my fellow colleagues who are sitting here, that we must be very careful about the real picture involved in the applied research or in the comparative researches or in the interdisciplinary research. They are very, very tough to do. And both the researcher and the supervisor have to be very, very careful. They have to be extensively read. They have to have a lot of literature with them and a lot of updated information. So, and finally, I will tell you about something in the applied research that is about a new trend. And this new trend is very, very unique. This trend is called the anti-theoretical trend. This is very strange. Okay. So whenever we talk about the applied research, so we must not forget that there is an anti-theoretical approach also to this applied research part. So what is this anti-theory approach. The scientific theory approach is a big uh, I should not say a big, but there is a handsome number of people or the critics and the researchers or social scientists who believe that theories are nothing but they are actually blinding you. Okay, so do not fall upon any theory and work and your work should be focused on the given piece of literature and information and your own idea what is to be found out. Don't take the help of theory, though they are a big encumbrance on literary studies, but they are also at times disturbing you or deviating you from arriving at a particular finding which you already have found or you have in mind. So there is one named Catherine Burgess. Okay, Catherine Burgess challenges this thing and she says that theory in view of its effect on the teaching of humanities and it has got adverse effect on the teaching of the humanities. Now, one thing I would like to tell all my friends who are present here that we are all a part of an institution which is called either a university or a college. All the universities that we are studying into or working into, these universities are having multiple uh, dimensions. Okay, they are doing the teaching, they are doing the extracurricular or the social outreach programs as well as researches. Many of the scientists, social scientists believe now this must come to an end. And thanks to the this National Education Policy 2020, that it at least shown us a way. Yes, we can change our outlook at least in terms of research. So you can be an institution for research only, you can be an institution for academics only, or you can be an institution with academics and research also. So three categories of the institutions they have conceptualized in NEP 2020. But of course, there are certain riders, certain rules, and certain requirements each category. What I believe personally now that if you really talk about the real researches, because researches, yesterday I was just I think today morning itself I was going through a paper cutting which is being posted in this group, this research work, this workshop group. Perhaps Dr. Anil Shrivastava has made a remark yesterday with certain very authentic data also, and I believe that that shows us the way. Yes, how we have to approach the idea of research in our own country, in our own area, in our own colleges or universities. That hardly 5 to 7% of the researches are valued across the globe. So what is happening that let us say it 10% researches are valuable researches. They are actually contributing in nature. So 90% researches are where they are going. Not only the researches, the 90% energy, the 90% money, the 90% time that you have wasted in name of research, where it will go and who will be responsible for that. Is it not a great national loss? So looking at this scenario, we must now think over the issue of research in a very clear, lucid way. That is, either we become a research institution or we become a teaching institution. And I think what is happening, that research is subject to teaching in the department. This is something very dangerous. I think teaching should be subject to research in any department if it is a blended mode activity in an institution. So out of research, the teaching should come. Not out of teaching, the research should come. So if this is done, I think it will definitely change the scenario of research in the world. And I believe that the research scholars that I am having today with me also, and even many of you might be having with you, they are very intelligent. They are thoroughly read and they are very well updated, better than us. The only thing is required that they have to be shown a very clear way, and they have to be oriented in such a way that they come out with a real research which is actually contributing in nature. For example, even in suppose we take up any poem by John Keats, even by O2 Nightingale. So O2 Nightingale has got many aspects and thousands of research papers or articles have been written, and thousands of researches also have been written combining Keats's poetry with other romantic poets, or the poems based on the principles of beauty. So groups are in this way formed in the while pursuing the research. But one very keen aspect, one very minute aspect of research can be taken, and that will be actually contributing to the research. Any keen which has not been taken so far, even the the description of night, okay, the description of the day, that itself becomes a topic of research in this particular poem. In addition to the nightingale, its tranquilizing effect on the poet, or whether it is the principle of beauty, or the aesthetics, or the problem of the reality and the perception, all these things have been thousand times discussed. So something new, that could be a very small thing that can be chosen for the research, even in this poem, that actually satisfies my perception of research, that when I say that research, actual research is knowing more and more about less and less. So this is what we can do. So what I was talking about, that this anti-theory approach is the latest approach in the literature, and this does have some value, and we must consider this also whenever we are looking into the world of applied research. So um, this was about the two types of research. The last one is the third one, as I told you, is the action research. So action research, it is always addressing some immediate problem with an objective of solving it. And actually, this action research started long back in 1930s, and Kurt Lewin was the person who actually came out with the idea of action research. And he took up this research in 1930s to address the issues of the industrial production and quality, etc. So that was focused on a particular immediate problem, and for that he conducted a research. So this is action research. So action research is mostly done in the sciences, or in the ethnographic researches, or even in the education research are also, action research are also being done. But as I said, they are basically focused on an immediate problem to find an immediate solution. Okay, so their purpose is to answer to a question, or find a problem to find a solution to a problem. So this action research is also very important, but mostly in the literature, action researches are very few in nature. And yes, action researches can be done in the field of language and literature also, because linguistic changes in the current scenario are very accelerated. The perception of language is changing nowadays. You may, those who are aware with the Webster's updation, or the Oxford's updation, Cambridge updation of the words in their dictionaries, you'll be surprised that many of the Indian words, even the slangs, have been now incorporated in their dictionary. So this new approach, this new thing is very important. So whenever you are performing any research or undertaking any research based on the language study, or the linguistic phenomena, or the phonemic phenomena, then that should be in the form of action research. And therefore, there will have to find out latest information through the research, and that can be only done by the action research. So these three basically models of research, that is the fundamental research, applied research, and action research, they actually anchor almost all types of the researches. After that, there are two more approaches to the literature, which you know as the qualitative and quantitative researches. So qualitative research is something that is actually undertaken by the humanities and the social sciences. That is called the qualitative research. Okay, and here in this research, there is no much scientific involvement is there, not any lab or test are required. Any scientific method or numerical data is not required. So that is a qualitative research. So basically, it is a very broad methodology based research. That is called a qualitative research. And in quantitative research, on the other hand, is more suitable for physical and life sciences. And in applied social sciences also, this semi-quantitative researches are being used. So they actually require some tested data, some experimental finding, some researches which are already done, which is a part of their own research, and of course with a due weightage given to recognition given to them. Then you have got some more sub branches of this quantitative research, just like experimental research, or the we also call ex post facto research is there, survey research is there. There are many things. Now, to conclude with, I have got I think 15 minutes left with me.
Yes, sir. You have 15 minutes or 20
Yeah,
minutes.
yeah. So, in this 15 minutes, I would like to talk about some actual problem. That was actually my core of my topic today, the crux of my topic today, some practical approaches. So, whenever we talk about research, whenever we talk about the ways of conducting the research, we see that the same problem that happened, or the same problem which John Keats faced, every researcher faces. And how is that? That we take an escape. So all researchers, I am not saying this with a, some authority, but this is my belief that we all, as researcher, we fall into a kind of escapism. Keats's escapism, if you all remember. Okay, and what we do, that we create two different worlds when we go for research. And these two different worlds are, one is the world which is ideal world, and one which is the real world, the practical world. So is the case with thesis also. So our all perception about research, even my own deliberation, which I have delivered to you right now in about 45 minutes or an hour, this is highly ideal in its approach, very very ideal. बड़ा अच्छा लगता है कि ऐसा होना चाहिए, वैसा होना चाहिए, this should be happening and this should be done, researchers को ये करना चाहिए, supervisor को ये करना चाहिए. They are very very ideal, they are very modeling in nature. But what is the practical reality? The practical reality is that when we go for the research, or any new research scholars comes to our department, not only the research scholar, but even the supervisor faces a lot of problem. And this problem is actually related to so many things. And if these things are taken care of in the very beginning, I think the research will be a very, very happy journey, and it will definitely come out with some concrete finding, something which is very, very contributive in nature. So these are now, this is what actually I'll talk about now. So all world of idealism is now put aside. Now we enter into the world of reality. Okay. So what is the reality? So now I'll speak from both points of view, from the point of view of a researcher as well as from the point of view of a supervisor. Okay. So let us assume the role, the first of all, let me assume the role of a researcher. Okay. So what the researcher does first, he has to find a research area. The first problem, the first challenge with any research scholar is to find a research area. Now, identifying a broad area of study is the first step that you must pursue in your research. Now, what is this broad area? This broad area could be a genre. Okay. It could be any form of poetry or drama or novel or any prose narrative. It can be there. Within this, one chooses the author or a group of author, text or group of text, which may have a rigid or flexible form. Now, this is very complicated thing I have said. Let me just simplify. Okay. So you have to first of all choose a genre, area of research. You want to conduct research in poetry or drama or fiction or in prose. Okay. Within that chosen genre, author or group of authors, text or group of text. Okay. Now, this authors and text can be, we never have understood this thing that there is a kind of rigidity as well as flexibility in the choice of this author or the text. Now, Uh, in what is happening? Now let me to explain what is this rigidity and what is this flexibility. Okay. For example, in poetry, let us take poetry. In poetry, a sonnet or couplet is a rigid form of verse, whereas the blank verse or a free verse is a flexible form. I hope you understand the point. Okay, that a sonnet, which is 14 lines under certain rules, okay, Spenserian sonnet or Shakespearean sonnet or Petrarchan sonnet, okay, or Japanese sonnet, which is called haiku, okay, or a couplet having two lines, two equal rhyming lines. So they are the rigid forms of verses. So throughout the research, you have to maintain this rigidity. You have to be stuck up to this rigidity. Okay. Whatever you do, try to do, whether you are trying to find the social, cultural or social literary aspect of that work, or any character analysis, or any thematic analysis, or anything else. But in all these cases, this rigidity is carrying with you, it is going along with you, traveling along with you. So this rigidity of the area is always binding throughout the research. And in the same way, when I said that flexibility, so blank verse or free verse is a flexible mode. So you have got that flexibility. So in the same way, when you take up a novel, for example, so a novel or any play, it may have an experimental form also. For example, Tristan Shandy by Lawrence Stern. So they are the novels with the flexibility. They are experimental in nature. Sometime this you might have all of you must have studied Hamlet, and reading Hamlet every time gives you a new idea. So there is a complexity or there is a flexibility with the research on Hamlet, particularly on Hamlet. I am telling you, this is just an example. There are thousands of certain examples which either carry rigidity within them or they carry flexibility within them. So what I wish to say, whenever you choose the research area, and within that area, the genre or the text or the author, then you must be very careful about this aspect of the choice, whether it is a rigid group of authors or text or whether it is a flexible group of authors or text. This is the first thing that we are supposed to do. Now, the next problem that we face or next thing that you have to do is to ascertain the feasibility of research in that area, including its academic dimension and the financial requirements. This is the second thing that we need to know whenever we are choosing any topic. Okay, that means the feasibility of the research in that area. What is the meaning of that? Whether this research is actually going to be useful or not, whether it is going to be accepted by the people or not. If something new is there, only then take up the research or leave it immediately. Go for some other topic in the same genre. Okay, genre could be maintained, but topic has to be, a particular topic has to be changed. So this feasibility of research. Secondly, the financial involvement in the research must be always taken care of. Normally, when we are all the students of literature, so we do not care much about the researches in literature in terms of its financial requirement, because it does not require a lot of financial requirement. But yes, of course, if your choice is something which is flexible in nature, then you may be required to do a lot of touring. You may be required to go to a lot of libraries, meet people also, conduct interviews, and that involves a lot of money. So these things we normally do not conceptualize when we're finalizing a topic, and later on we cry with the problems that we face. So both the supervisor and the scholar, they both face this problem. So the financial involvement or requirement of research is also very, very important. The third concern is the availability of the material, whether it is direct or indirectly accessed. They are very, very important. We choose a topic which sounds very, very handsome, very smart topic, very impressive topic, and then we start groping here and there for the books and resources and material. We do not get any. Even sometimes the internet fails to give, which is actually the biggest resource nowadays. Google has become the biggest resource. So even Google fails sometimes to give you the proper material required for your research. So one has to be very careful, and before finalizing topic, this survey has to be done. This little research has to be done, that whether the material will be available or not, and both primary and secondary sources have to be explored for the purpose. And primary, as all of you might be knowing, it is by the author himself. Secondary, it is on the author by the other critics and the other writers. So these things are very, very important while finalizing any uh, area of research. This is choosing only of the area of research. The second very important thing is that, or the what I should say, the second very important challenge is the selection of a good topic. Now, selection of a good topic had always been a big challenge, and sometimes it appears that the topic has been chosen perfectly, but one fails to understand that each topic has some message in it. The topic is the head under which your ideas are going to be dance. They will dance under your headship of this topic. Okay. So it is the topic is a subject of discourse. Okay. It is a subject of argument. It is a subject of interest. It is admiration. There is a lot of critical appreciation. So something is there in that topic which must be speaking in nature. Many of the researches I have come across, the content of the research is very much different from the topic of the research. And sometimes the topic speaks of a comprehensive nature, a comprehensive approach in the content or research. And when we go through the content of the research, we find just the opposite thing is done. It is not comprehension, but it is the consolidation. So these problems has always been arising. And believe me, many of the researchers have only failed because of the selection of a bad topic. So the topic is something very, very crucial, and the topic should be simple. I have seen a lot of jargonic topics nowadays. I have to read the topic of the research 2-3 times there to arrive at the conclusion what actually is the content of this thesis. So topic should be very, very simple. Okay, it must be something which creates your interest, something creating an interest. Okay, not creating a complexity. And then after the selection of the topic, you can say that selection of a supervisor. Now that is something which I think everybody will agree, that selection of a supervisor. I do not know whether I should say selection of a supervisor, but of course I am speaking from the point of view of the research scholar. So he has to select a supervisor. Okay. So supervisor cannot be imposed upon him or her. He has to select. But the onus of selection also lies on the researcher, because he will be responsible for his selection. So it is a difficult job. So now what is happening, that in most of the institutions there is no such categorical list of the subject experts, which is in the website or in the departmental brochure. We do not find sometimes. But yes, nowadays there are this has become mandatory, at least with those institutions which are NAAC accredited, and they have made it mandatory that you must express your expertise in the field of research also. So expression or the displaying in the website of your department or institution of your expertise is one thing, but having an actual expertise is another thing. Even I can say that yes, I'm an expert in the theories, but I must be very careful when I say that yes, I'm expert in the theories. I can present as a proof some of my papers, some of my lectures on the critical theories or the literary theories. But whether I'm really going to be useful to the research scholar or not, it's a different matter. So this selection of a supervisor is very, very, I should say, very tough exercise. And a lot of things depend on the choice of the this, because of the selection of the supervisor. A lot of things happen. So choice is limited to now what is happening because of the lack of the proper or actual understanding of the expertise of faculty in any department. department, what we more rely upon? We rely upon the personal acquaintances, okay, and individual recommendations. Many people come to me, अरे you are मैं तो आपको जानता हूँ, या मेरे बहुत अच्छे दोस्त भी होते हैं, वो आते हैं हमारे बच्चे को करा दो. तो मुझे लगता है कि मैं सिर्फ इसलिए करा दूं उनको और सुपरवाइज या रिसर्च करा दूं क्योंकि मैं उनका दोस्त हूं. दिस इज नॉट जस्टिफाइड. Whether what he or she wants to do and am I fit for that or not is something very important. So normally this personal acquaintances and the recommendations, जैसे मैं ही कर दूं डॉक्टर नीलू जिसे कि मैडम एक बच्चा वहां पर आपसे अप्रोच करेगा, कोशिश करेगा आप अपने अंदर ले लें उसे, तो वो मैं इसलिए कहूंगा कि उसको प्रॉब्लम कम हो. लेकिन मैं ये हो सकता है इस चीज को मैं ओवरलुक कर रहा हूँ कि एक्चुअली उस सुपरवाइजर को या उस रिसर्च स्कॉलर को कोई प्रॉब्लम तो होगी कि नहीं, ये मैं ओवरलुक कर जाता हूँ. तो दिस थिंग्स आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट व्हाइल चूजिंग सुपरवाइजर. ठीक है. और बहुत ये होता है कि दिस इज वेरी, आई शुड नॉट से एंड आई एम नॉट ब्लेमिंग एनीवन, दैट मोस्ट ऑफ द सुपरवाइजर दे कंसिडर रिसर्च गाइडिंग अ प्राइवेट एंटरप्राइज. They consider that this is my private enterprise and I have a right to do anything with the scholar. I have the right to speak anything to him or her. I have to ask for any work from him or her while pursuing the research. Yes, that is something which I do not want to interfere into that world. But the thing is that the purpose of research must not be frustrated. It must not be defeated. That is one of the prime important. Now, it's not only for the supervisor from point of view, the researcher also is expected to be decent in approach to the supervisor and in his diction also to reach to a particular point or to particular finding. Many of us who are supervisors, they will agree that sometimes the research scholars, they do not read those books which are actually told by the supervisor to read the books. So they just, whenever you name a book, they just leave your room and find the internet, put that book on the Google, find the gist of that, and they come with a declaration that yes, we have read that. But that is not the real scenario. So in this way, choosing a supervisor, I will not go into detail, but yes, I hope everybody will understand that choosing a supervisor or agreeing to supervise a particular research is something which must be which must be done very carefully, very carefully. Okay. Then the next thing that is important is the research design. When you have chosen your research area, okay, you have been very careful about the flexible or the rigid nature of your area. Then you have done the survey. Okay. Then you have chosen a particular topic. Then you have chosen a particular supervisor. Okay. After this comes the research design. What should be the design of your research? Now, in literature, research design may be taken as a very simple strategy to control the variances in the interpretation. That means, how will I control my study? How will I steer through my idea? How will I handle my idea? So for that, one has to prepare a design. Okay, and this design is always, and it should be always focused at arriving only at one point which is already pre-decided. It should not keep on changing. That is why selection of a good topic and selection of an area of research is very important. So after that selection of a good topic or a topic or a area, you have to travel with that. You have to be stuck with that till the end of the research. Then there is no deviation allowed and no deviation permissible. Okay, so this design of research must be in tune with the title that you have chosen or the topic that you have chosen. That is very important. So what actually is design? A design is nothing. It is actually a pattern. It is actually a pattern of moving from relative uncertainty to certainty. Because I believe that in the literature we do not start with an hypothesis. But in the social sciences and in the other science branch of science and commerce and technology, all research have to be starting with a particular hypothesis, and towards the end we prove that hypothesis is null or void. That is the result of the thesis. But in literature and humanities, this does not happen so. It's not, I'm not saying that it should not be done. It is possible here also, but in some very technical topics it can be done. But by and large, this hypothesis issue is not involved here. So what actually is the design? Design is actually if you have chosen to research upon the post-colonial issues in Ramayana, okay, post-colonial ethos in Ramayana. So you have to evolve a pattern. You have to evolve a design. This design will be actually your travel from your uncertainty to the point of certainty. So how to reach to that point? So you have to form a design. For example, if you are shown a far off object on the top of a mountain, or a top of not actually mountain but a small hill, and you are then said that you go there, reach there, and show the flag from there that you have reached. So what will do? You will first of all think how to go there. Okay. And how to go there? Yes, in the way you have got some water body also, you have got some rocks also, you have got some plain roads also, you have got up and hills also, you have to jump somewhere also. So how you will do that? You will finally decide, okay, this will be my pattern, this will be my way, this will be my design, so that I may reach there. But ultimate, your reach is your point, is destination is that place only. So that actually is the same thing with the research design. So when all these things have been decided by you, who is my supervisor, what is my topic, what is my area, what are the literature available, what are the sources available, where there will be a sources, then including all these things, then you have to go for a design, a pattern of your research. So therefore, each research design may vary from each other. Each research design is unique in its own way. It is different from the other researches. So don't follow the research design of other researchers who have already been awarded with PhD. That sometimes may not lead you to the right place. You have to have your own research design. Then the next thing that comes is something which is very popular, that is known to all, that research skill, method and methodology. So research skill is something, it is concerned with the handling of the problems that will be arising on the way. Sometimes you see the way, yes, the road is going from here to there. Yes, I can reach there. When you start the journey, after some point, after some kilometers or miles, you find that there is a new problem. You never had imagined that this problem will be there. So while doing a research on linguistics or on post-colonial or in the new historical researches or in the theoretical researches, you might be having some ideas, some problems in your mind that I may face it. But there will be certain problems which will be faced by you, which you never imagined, which you never knew. So these problems are to be maneuvered with the skill that you have. Okay, and what is methodology? Methodology is nothing. Research methodology is nothing, but actually it is a method to deal with the problems that will be arising while doing the research. So this methodology and skill part is the next requirement of a researcher. Okay, then after this, some approaches are there and some methods are there, how to deal with this methodology part. Now there are certain, all fields of studies and researchers have certain guidelines. In English, we have got either Chicago style of this writing, or we have got the MLA style of writing. So two style sheets basically follow, Chicago style sheet or MLA style sheet. So MLA style sheets is very popular and this is very, very user friendly also. And after the 8th and 9th edition, some changes have occurred, but more or less the basic structure is the same. So whenever we decide the methodology, we must be very clear which particular methodology we are choosing. Number one, Chicago. Okay. Which particular volume? You must be very clear about that. Then either if you can take also MLA. So yes, you must be very clear whether you're taking 7th or 8th or 9th. Because you are free, you have a freedom. Let me tell you, you have a freedom. It is not mandatory that you must follow the latest style sheet. Your research must follow at least one style sheet. That is your own. That is suitable to your own research design. Okay. So even the use of quotation, they are varying from 6th edition. If you look at carefully at the sixth edition, seventh edition, eighth and ninth, so references are changing continuously. Maybe that your your research design does not match with what particular pattern of references. So you can choose your own, but that must be in tune with your research design. Okay, so scientific and non-scientific methods are also there, but we all are all aware that these are not our subject areas here. Then you have got the critico-analytical method also, which is very important nowadays. Critico-analytical method is something very new, and actually what is critico-analytical method? It actually integrates both the approaches. Okay, the secondary and the primary sources. So you not only um, use the materials of the critics, but also you develop your own criticism. Okay, so something this is very, very important. All the researchers must know that this critico-analytical method is very, very popular nowadays. And in fact, this is actually where what is happening. A book is published. Okay, after the book, there is a lot of criticism, critical comments on that book. Okay, this is very normal practice. All students, whether they are the students of master's class or whether they are the students of research, they never think that they are also critics. We always fail to know that we are critics. So what we do, that we always use the material which is already existing. Even some good idea, even some very correct, innovative ideas coming to our mind, we are not, we hesitate and we are apprehensive about the reception of that. We think that, oh, मैं कैसे कह दूं कि ऐसी बात सही है जबकि मुझे साफ दिख रहा है कि जो क्रिटिक ने कहा है गलत है, or I do not agree with this criticism. So feel free to express your own point of view, and of course you must follow the MLA style sheet method in when you are referring to yourself. Okay, so this is a very recently developed critico-analytical method that must be now incorporated in all the researches, and all the my colleagues who are present here, they must also encourage the research scholars to go for the critico-analytical methods nowadays, and that is what we are asking our students continuously to do. So there are many ways now. Since time is coming to an end, I have not much to say, and at the same time much to say. So this will be a never-ending discussion, and all the things that is. Something are there like anxiety issue is also there. Okay, and when we conduct any research or when we supervise any research, so this anxiety part is also there. Psychoanalytical aspects of dimensions of the researches are also there. Antithetical approaches are also there. Translation studies are there. Statistical approaches are there. So there are many things which are involved. But broadly speaking, even today, after a long journey of the research throughout the world, still two problems are main. One is the choice of topic, the other is choice of a supervisor. Is due to these two things are done properly, the half the things or half the research is always done. So preparing at the layer towards and preparing a proper synopsis is one of the most challenging job of the researcher. Most challenging. And I believe that one of my senior professors once said that if you prepare a proper synopsis, then half the PhD is done. So that is the last and the most challenging job, to prepare a synopsis for your research. So preparing a synopsis is a very rigorous exercise, and a lot of honest effort is and honest involvement is required. And if this is done, then I think there won't be any difficulty in writing your dissertation and getting a real PhD awarded. So thank you everyone for bearing with me, because of though I was carrying with a lot of technical glitches today, some disturbances also came out in the way. But I'm very happy that all of you have listened very carefully and patiently to me. So thank you so much. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really precious, and the advices that you have given are truly practical, and we have just felt, we have been feeling all these things, and I believe that all your advices, all your points, the researchers and the budding researchers would keep in mind.
Thank you. Thank you so
So
much. Thank you so much.
now the house is open for questions. If
Yes.
any of the participants have any questions, yes. By the time you can unmute yourself and ask your question. There is one question in the chat box. I'll read that, sir.
Sure. Sure.
Dr. Sarochan Sandhu madam has asked how to make a semiotic analysis of a literary work.
Yes. Semiotics actually is a study of. It is actually science of the signs. Okay. And whenever you approach for this kind of semiotic analysis on of any work of art, as I said in the beginning, that when Derrida came out with the deconstructive approach to literature, and he based all his findings on the very fluid nature of the language. So he said that language as such is unholdable. It is unstable, and therefore any research based on the language, what I believed in the today in the beginning, that language or the meaning of the text lies inside the text, it may not be tenable all the time. But semiotics, on the other hand, helps you in understanding and solving these problems, because the whole issue of structuralism and post-structuralism, that of course is known as deconstruction, this involves the functioning and the dynamics of the sign, signifier and signified. Okay. And in sign, signifier and signified, as I said in the beginning, that all writings, all texts are phonocentric in the beginning. And in the second phase, they become logocentric. Now, this phonocentrism and logocentrism, they are the two different, they are actually not two different things. They are actually the periodical enhancement of one particular sign. Okay, one particular sign is developed through the phonocentrism, and then it is converted into logocentric representation in form of the word. So here the semiotics, which is the science of the signs, this actually has a different approach. Semiotics says it has got certain fixed principles. It does not believe in the death of the author, which Michael Foucault says. Okay, that after the text, the author is no more, and it is the reader who becomes the text, or even the interpreter, he becomes the author of the text. But what I said there, that there is always an hermeneutic gap. Okay, this hermeneutic gap is what? This hermeneutic gap is that gap which is not caught by the reader, which reader is not able to understand why this was written. If such is the system of language, so in this system of language, this idea, this language does not fit into. So where it came from? So this is called the hermeneutic gap. So deconstructive approach to literature or deconstructive critical tool sometimes fail, whereas semiotics gives you set principle. Yes, this word has to have this meaning. So that is the difference. Give you some result which is definite, which is proven. But deconstructive approach may not give you a proven result. That is the difference.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes.
Any more questions from the audience?
Thank you, sir. You have covered each and every area regarding the process of research, and our research scholars must have been much benefited with your lecture. You have taken up every point from the selection of the topic to the submission of thesis and award of the uh, degree of PhD. So thank you so much for such a pragmatic approach to the research methodology, and it was a wonderful lecture, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving an opportunity to interact with all you persons, great persons present here. And thanks to your organizing committee, your principal, and each and every member who is present today. and who are taking care of this whole very important workshop being conducted by you, because research methodology is something which will never die. This topic will never die in any age. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your encouragement. And now I invite Mrs. Manjula Soni, guest faculty, Department of English, Digvijay College, to extend vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to offer formal vote of thanks for today's session. I extend deepest gratitude on behalf of the organizing team of the 5-day national workshop, Department of English, Govt Digvijay College, Rajnandgaon, to Dr. Manish Srivastava sir for today's presentation. Undoubtedly, sir's golden advice to knowing more and more about less and less of a particular element in research has been noted down by all the participants. Thank you so much, sir, for your precious time and your deep concerns. Sir has provided us the guidelines with which we can really combine our research with human element to make it valuable and fruitful. I'm sure Sir's lecture will be a great help to all of us in choosing our topics for research, choosing our topics wisely. Thank you so much, sir. We hope to listen to you again in future. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you so much, Manjula ma'am. And with this, we come to the conclusion of our first session of today. The next session is going to be commenced in a very short while. The speaker, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you
so
everyone.
much. Hope to see you soon, sir. And offline, we hope to see you offline in Rajnandgaon.
Certainly.
Sir, we wish to invite you to our offline workshop or webinar, which we are going to plan in the coming session. So, sir,
Sure,
please, sir.
sure, I'll definitely
Okay.
come. I'll definitely
Thank you,
come.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So moving forward to the next session, we have with us Dr. G. A. Ghanshyam sir. Sir, pranam sir.
Thank you very much, Chandan.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Thank you.
It's a great pleasure for us, and it is an honor for me to introduce to you Dr. G. A. Ghanshyam sir. Sir is a professor of English posted at the Directorate of Higher Education presently, in charge of the state level quality assurance cell as officer on special duty. There is a very vast experience of teaching of about 27 years, including the UG and PG students. He has about 100 research papers published in national and international journals of repute. Sir has to his credit 15 books as author and editor. Sir has supervised 7 PhDs and 3 MPhil scholars. Sir was awarded Associateship of Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla, and he has successfully completed that project. Sir has adjudicated PhD thesis of numerous universities around the country. He is also an external expert in many board of studies of prestigious colleges and universities around India. Sir is a lifetime fellow of Royal Asiatic Society of Great Britain and Ireland, and fellow of the prestigious Guild of Independent Scholars, International University of Humanities and Social Sciences, ISCAZU, Costa Rica. And that also we are very familiar that we have witnessed Sir's presence as Sir has delivered more than 100 talks as resource person and as keynote speaker. And very recently, Sir has founded an organization. He is the general secretary and founder of iSpell, which is getting very popular all over the country. That is Indian Society for Promotion of English Language and Literature, which has now a number of state forums along with the Indian forum. We have the West Bengal Forum, the Rajasthan Forum, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tripura, Chhattisgarh, and Assam. And it is working a lot and continuously for the promotion of language and literature. So we have, it is very great that we have Sir today. And Sir's topic is recent trends in literary research. So I welcome Sir on behalf of the entire Department of English, Digvijay College, the organizing team. Sir, please, stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Chandan. And is my screen visible?
Sir, it is.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, very clearly.
Okay. So thank you very much. And indeed, it's a pleasure and honor to be here as the last speaker. And that's what I told to Dr. Neelu Srivastava, that I am the last speaker, and the last has two meanings. One is LAST and the second one is LOST. Though I am the last speaker, LAST, but I am absolutely lost what I will say and how I am going to execute this responsibility which has been shouldered on my very, what you call, weak shoulders. Because I was not hoping to have this kind of an exercise for me, but somehow or the other, the people, those who have a great deal of faith on me, they have empowered me with a, what you call it, as a strong shoulder. So today I'll be able to speak on some of the details related to the recent trends. What Dr. Manish Srivastava has said right now, research will never die. Research will never die. Research will never be dry until and unless you try. So that trying is very important. Hope I am audible. Chandan?
Yes, sir, absolutely audible.
Right. So research is never going to die, and research will never be dry until and unless you try. So keep on trying is the basic thing for research. And today's topic of mine is related to that. What is research? We always talk about lots of definitions are being given as far as research is concerned. But until and unless there is a mind, until and unless there is a heart which can propagate research, which can be attracted towards research, which is bent towards research, which is what you call bubbling with enthusiasm and energy towards research, which overflows with the things to understand about research. If the mind and the heart is not there, then there will be no research. So what we need, we being the teachers, we being the facilitators, we being the guides, and we being the supervisors, superly wise people. The guides are always regarded as supervisor, means they are superly wise people. So what is the duty of these people? The very duty of these people is to mend the minds. Until and unless you mend the minds, until and unless you make the mind to understand the research, to understand the research culture, to understand what is research, to understand what are the nuances of research, to understand various vistas of research, then research is of no use. So the first thing is to mend the minds. And then the next one is to blend the trends. There are many trends which are available nowadays. We are in the blended mode, offline and online. So all these trends must be blended together. And blend is a beautiful word. It says if you don't blend, you cannot lend. And if you don't lend, you will end. So blend has lend and end in it. So the basic function of research is this, what we call it as mend the minds to blend the trends. So that's my topic today. We need to mend the minds and we need to blend the trends which are there. It's not research what we are doing nowadays. And all of you will agree with me. I take the disclaimer that I'm not going to point any individual. I'm not going to point the fraternity. I'm going to point myself for this. And even during my presentation, if I say something that's not related to any particular person, but that would be related to me only. So with that disclaimer, I would like to say, what is research? Is research is to see what everyone else has seen? Do you think it's research? What each and every individual in due course of time are looking at or observing or watching, do you think research is to see what everyone else has seen or something different? If it is different, then research is to see what everyone else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought. So that is more important. To think what no other person, none of them have thought of. So when you say think, it has ink in it. So you must use the ink, and you ought to use the ink, because when you ought to use the ink, then the research will culminate, then the research will develop. And that's why our thinking should be in that way which nobody else might have thought about it. So that particular thought process has to be inculcated among the researchers, has to be inculcated among the research supervisors, has to be inculcated between the research supervisor and the scholar. It has to be inculcated in the research circle, and that's the need of the hour. And that's what the research is all about. And then we come across research. What is research? Research is nothing but creation of new knowledge. All the time we are coming across various things and the knowledge we are gaining, and creation of new knowledge, whatever that we have gained. And if we go on searching, we go on researching on it, we will find another new thing which will come up. And that's what is research. The second thing it says, in every field of life, research plays a vital role. When you go to purchase a television, when you go to purchase a refrigerator, even when you want to purchase a mobile phone, you do a lot of research. You compare and contrast various models of a particular company. At the same time, you compare and contrast the mobile phones of various other companies based on the price you have. So you do a lot of research. And when you get into the market, it's understood. Even the shopkeeper is able to understand that you have done a kind of a research on these products, and that's why you have come to the market with various research inputs of yours. So in every field we do research. Even when we go to buy rice, we do see many of the varieties, we compare and contrast. That too is research. Every field has research in it. And when we say so, then research is crucial for our survival. If we are surviving, that's because of the research. If we are surviving even after Corona's havoc for the last 2 years, it's because of the research that we have been given the vaccination. And vaccination is the form of a research to fight with Corona, and evolution of every field of knowledge. So that's why we are gaining more things when we do research. So research is not a day's process, but research is ongoing process. It's a continuous journey, and there is no destination to it, and it doesn't have any destination at all. And that's what Einstein has said. The most important thing is not to stop questioning. Inquiry is the highest wisdom, Rigveda says. So you must inquire all the time. Inquiry is the highest wisdom. You keep on inquiring. The child, when it takes birth, and as it grows, it inquires many of the things. It puts so many questions in front of us that we get confused what to answer and how to answer to the child. And gradually we customize the child according to our own ways of dealing with the child. And then the child stops questioning, and there will be no questions from the child or from the students. So if that kind of an atmosphere we are creating, that kind of an environment we are creating, then there will be no research at all. Because research says there has to be an inquiry, and if we stop inquiry, there will be no research, it will go dry, and there will be no try, and there will be no research. So to avoid all these things, what is more important in the field of literature is a field of knowledge, which embodies all kinds of ethos, values, culture, beliefs, traditions, whatnot. Because we say literature mirrors life, and life is in literature, and literature is the life. So when we say so, there is a kind of a uniformity between literature and the culture. And in the field of research can be defined in the words of Altic as enlightenment of criticism to illuminate the work of art as it really is. So the criticism has to be taken into consideration and to illuminate the work of art as it really is. So a researcher is illuminating. Research is what researcher is doing is enlightenment of the criticism he is doing. So research will take various shapes. It will form various vistas for the people to understand it so well. At the same time, research in literature can be theoretical, as we do, textual, historical, interpretative, interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, whatever you call it. And whatever form of research a scholar undertakes, the basic and the most important criteria to be fulfilled by the research scholar is the presence of a text. The piece of writing that forms the basis of critical analysis and evaluation. The text becomes the plot. And with the help of the text, you can create characters. You can create many more avenues. You can build ladders on it. So the text is more important. It's not the secondary sources which are more important, but the primary source is most important. Many of the supervisors and many of the research scholars, they say, sir, there is no secondary material which is available on this particular text. Okay, it may not be there, but the primary text is there. On the basis of the primary text, whatever your thought is, whatever you pen down, whatever you think, and with the help of ink, whatever you write, that becomes the secondary source. So why are you searching for the secondary source when you are there? When the primary text is in your hand, and whatever you think, whatever you write, that will become the secondary source. So as far as secondary source is concerned, we must not be searching for the secondary sources, but we must always search for the primary source. And that primary source is the essence of your research. And that's why it is being said, the heart and soul of good writing is research. You should write not what you know, but what you can find out about. What you know is different, but what you can find about, that's the most important as far as research is concerned. So that's why reading between the lines is research. Understanding between the lines is research. Understanding the things which others have not understood, that's research. Writing the things which haven't been thought of is research. So that's why research has to be taken with a different perspective. Not what people nowadays doing cut and paste is research. Cut and paste is nothing but amalgamation of various things. It's nothing but combining the things. It's nothing but a collage. If you open the research theses, the PhD theses, you will find the PhD theses are nothing but a collage. So it's not a collage. It's entirely your own innovative idea. And it's internal. Whatever I read, whatever I capsulate, whatever I understand, whatever I observe, whatever I see, and if I'm going to reproduce them with my own thoughts, with my own feelings, with my own emotions, with my own words, in my own way, that's what is research. So we need to do that. We need to understand that. And every individual has the capacity to do it. Only the development of the mind and the development of the heart, which is very necessary. The trends are changing, but we need to blend the trend and we need to mend the minds to make research a fruitful kind of research. So now we come to literary research. Literary research, however, was confined mostly to the print form of various literary genres till recently, because literary research are the areas wherein we have peaked. And then the changing time, the advancement of technology has given a boom to this literary research, and it has led to the emergence of new trends in literature, and that have extended the boundaries. They have crossed the borders and boundaries. Means literary research, with the help of ICT or information and communication technology, it has reached to those areas which we haven't thought of, which we haven't even dreamt of. So they have reached the nooks and corners of various world, and the new literary forms have emerged in these areas with the help of ICT. And when we talk of ICT and when we talk of literary research, it is said that the traditional concept of the author and reader have transformed. What Dr. Manish Srivastava was telling about the death of the author, because the reader becomes the author, the reader becomes the interpreter, reader response theory comes into existence, and now here the author is not important. And now what has become the act of reading, which forms the core of any form of literary research and analysis, has transformed from the solitary act of reader and text into technologically aided act like that of cybernetic reading. Nowadays, you will find cybernetic reading is the most popular one. The people are reading in the mobile phones. They are using the Kindle edition of it. And all these things have come up in the recent years, thanks to Corona, which has brought ICT to our doorsteps. Thanks to Corona, which has given immense treasure of ICT to all of us, and no rules and regulations could have brought ICT onto our fingertips like Corona has brought. So in this literary research, in this arena of literary research, Corona also plays a vital role. And what are the new trends of literature? When we talk of new trends of literature, and when we speak on various trends which are there as far as literary research is concerned, the very first one is web novels. What is web novel? Web novel is absolutely free as far as the form is concerned, and the authors writing the web novels, they are fully at liberty and they are free to write. Extensive form with thousands and thousands of chapters could be included in it, and there is a scope of collaborative writing, because research, always we say, it has to be collaborative, cooperative, coordinative. So this web novel gives you the chance to collaborate with the people, and it is easily accessible on the net, and it is greatly popular among the readers, those who use ICT, like the novel Nightfall or Jiang Yi by Maoi Ni. It has 1,118 chapters. Can you think of what voluminous it could be? But web novels have come up with this. So this is one of the recent trends which we can see as far as research in literature is concerned. Then comes the new trends of literature, the web novels like the Vengeful Flower, the Hidden Door to the Microscopic World. So written by two of the Indians. So these web novels are there. The people, those who are undertaking research or those who are thinking to make up their mind towards research, must take these things, the new trends which are available in the form of research for all of us. And then comes the second one, which is known as Twitter fiction. Twitter is very common, and Twitter stories, they are the stories with just 280 characters. So it's like a tweet which is coming out. So Twitter story, Twitter fiction has come into existence. So it is independent work of fiction represented in each tweet published by Twitter user, and it is characterized by economy in the use of words. So that's what we call brevity is the soul. So here comes the brevity is the soul. So here one must practice the précis writing. If you are in the habit of précis writing, then you can write Twitter stories, and it's very compact and it has implied structure, fragmentary in nature. So this Twitter fiction has brought changes in the world of literature, and that's why the new forms have also come up and giving the new names to traditional genres, like it says twist stories are twisters for short stories, and for haikus it says twaikus. So see the new coinage of the words, twaikus for haikus, Short stories are being twisted into twist stories or twisters. So this Twitter fiction has brought a new change, a paradigm shift in the literary research. So as web novels, Twitter fiction is also catching the eyes of the researchers. Then comes the hypertext. Whenever we browse on the net, we find the hypertext, which is with blue. And if we click that, we will get into another area. We will go to another site. So in that way, hypertext is also becoming more popular. Interactive networks of digital documents and media connected by hyperlinks that gives rise to multilinear readerly pathways through text, and that's what the definition is all about. And it says, as a form of literature, it has developed as a form of art also that can juxtapose the writings with their visual presentations in the hypertext. Means if you click that, it will lead you to another area, and there you will find many of the things related to the given text. So the concept of hypertextuality means selecting a piece of hypertext, and it can take you to more hypertext, more books, more movies related to that, the sounds and the images. So this hypertext is being used in literature as a new trend. So that has also come up nowadays. And then the novel. When we think of novel, we always think of a voluminous novel. We always think of a novel which could be of so many pages. But have you ever thought of a novel which is just of 6 words? 6 words, even less than the précis. In précis writing, we say 1/3 of the total given passage. And here, the novel is written only in 6 words. How is it possible? It's possible. It has the length of not more than 6 words, laden with meaning. Every word has a story in it. Every word has a what you call super meaning in it. And then leave the readers curious and reflective. Means you can knit a story on one particular word, and you will be very curious how these 6 words have been knitted together, and the structure is incredibly concise. Means with the help of 6 words, the writer is writing the complete novel, and it's for you to understand, it's for you to observe, it's for you to interpret, it's for you to look into that. Means not only read between the lines, but you have to go deep into the words to understand it. That's what the author is making you to understand. And the very beautiful example is this: all she wanted was directions home. Now you knit a novel out of it. And when you gaze all these words together, the length is of only 6 words, but all the 6 words, they have been laden with multiple meanings out of it. So this is another new trend which we have seen in literature. Then comes the flash fiction. We always say flashback memory. Even in the films we have seen flashback. Everything goes flashback. Even if we remember our past, even if we remember our childhood days, we have a flash. Lightning kind of a thing comes up. In the same way, this is flash fiction, which is highly captivating. It is very concise and suggestive. At the same time, they are suggestive and challenging too. And it is inducive to multiple meaning and interpretation. So flash fiction has multiple meaning and interpretation. Like the Twitter one, like the 6-word novel, this is another one, another form of literature which is known as flash fiction. Then we come to the most popular one, blogging. Nowadays, people are well aware of blogs, and people even, they are doing blogging. So how the blogging could be made as a piece of research, and how this blogging could be used. A blog post is about searching, about open-ended questions and loose ends. At the same time, it's like the diary writing and intensely personal, and yet unlike a diary, it makes the personal public as soon as it is posted. Means whatever is your personal, if you post it, it will become public. It will go viral. So it can be retrospective, playful, critical, philosophical, and could be extended beyond a post. We all know it. Therefore, I am. I am, therefore, I think. In the same way, I blog, therefore, I am. I am, therefore, I blog. So in that way, we relate this blogging together. So whatever you write, what your feelings, emotions, your thoughts are there, if you just post it in your blog, and even though it's personal, it will go public. And in the form of that, the blogging is also used in the form of research in literature. The next comes the fan fiction. Means the fans, those who are writing about the popular fiction. So it is called as the fan fiction. In fan fiction, a popular form that has grown since the advent of the internet is being taken, and it is written by the fans, which are popular fictions like Harry Potter and the Twilight stories, and the subject may be legal related to copyright acts, but it's very popular and has many archives on the net. If you browse, you will find many archives there. So this is another new trend which is coming into research as far as the changing of the trends is concerned. Then we come to the very famous thing, pandemic literature. Even when the plague broke out, you have seen many of the things were written. Many of the literatures were written. Even the plague novels were written. And now, just before 2 years, the pandemic came. And the pandemic has given us the opportunity to go pan-academic. From pandemic to pan-academic is what the adversity has made us to write. All the adversities, they give us the scope for creativity. If adversity is there, then the creativity is going to bloom during the adversity. And that's what research is. Even in pain, even in agony, even in tough times, even in tight corners, if people are coming out with their creativity, that's what is the basic thing of research. And this pandemic has given us wonderful literature. It has coined many new words which has to be researched in the years to come. And during pandemic literature, literature being a human reaction to certain events and occurrences is bound to be influenced by pandemic. And even COVID-19, which has directly impacted the socio-cultural, economical, psychological, whatever aspects of our lives are there. And it has made us to understand the themes of fear, survival, isolation, death, depression, escapism, conspiracy, whatnot. All these adversities, all these themes, they came into existence. And the challenge that has been faced by the individual during the pandemic era, even in our family also, we have suffered a lot during this time. But our expressions and our feelings, our emotions, if we gradually pen down these things, that will convert into the pandemic literature. And that pandemic literature is going to be the pan-academic literature. And this has happened. Life in Lockdown, written Women in the Pandemic, You Are in a Pandemic Era. So all these novels have come up, and this pandemic literature has become the part and parcel of literature. And we have been looking at people, those who are writing during the pandemic. They are coming out with pandemic stories, they are coming out with pandemic poems, they are coming out with pandemic short stories also, novella also are being written as far as the pandemic literature is concerned. So having said that, contemporary age being the age of technology, literature has embraced the new forms and the innovative forms of the medium, because literature is not away from all these things. Literature is very much there. Literature is the heart of all these things, whatever that's happening around us. And that's why the social networking sites and various other writing platforms have transformed entirely the style and structure of literary genre, because they have broken the barriers, they have broken the boundaries, and they have entered into a new variety or the new style or a new structure of the literary genre. And as we say, change is inevitable. You cannot stop the change. And always one must be there. One must be standing there. And he should not see the change going, but he should make the change to go through him. The moment you make the change go through you, you will change yourself. So that change is very necessary. And change is very necessary to create the chain of changes. Until and unless you create the chain of changes, research is not going to happen. So you need to have that kind of people around you, those who can build the chain of changes. So we need to change the scenario. We need to change the changes so that the research could be taken towards greater heights. And in India, it is believed research is of low degree, and Indian researchers or Indian research has not been taken into consideration as far as the world research scenario is concerned. So we need to understand this. We need to have a quality kind of a research. We need to know the nuances related to the quality kind of a research, and that's more important. All the supervisors, they must not be the preacher on the stage, the sage on the stage. The teachers, the research supervisor, the research guides must not be the sage on the stages, but they should be the guide on the side. So the moment the guide on the side comes into existence, then the sage on the stage will disappear. The moment the sage on the stage disappears, the guide on the side becomes the co-worker with the research scholar, because even the research scholar is a co-worker. Research scholar and the supervisor, they both are the co-workers together. Research supervisor is not there only to sign the thesis, but the research supervisor is there to understand the thesis. The research supervisor is there to make the thesis highly productive. The research supervisor is there to supervise and mentor the scholar. So in that way, the research has to be taken. And the trends that have changed today and thus made the research, the research nowadays is very complex and more collaborative. You can combine together. It's more connected to real world application, concerned with the social and economical impact, and it has gone multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary and more technologically oriented. So the research is completely changing nowadays. What gone are the days when we were just photocopying the things and we were going from places to places in search of the libraries and the books and whatnot. Nowadays, the books are available in e-form, and various journals and e-books are available on our fingertips on InflibNet and Enlist. So we can browse all the contents which are available on internet. So this research, the complete structure of research is changing nowadays. And trends that have emerged today thus made research to say, oh my God, what's happening nowadays in research? So what's happening is the emergence of new genres of literature has created new avenues, and they are more challenging avenues of research. So we need to undertake the challenge. It's not good to flow with the water or to flow with the wind. The moment you start flowing against the wind, against the water, their research culminates, their research starts. If there is no challenge in life, life is of no use. In science, we say NTP, normal temperature and pressure. Normal temperature and pressure is a mirage. It will never happen. So you need to challenge yourself. All the time, if you put forth challenge in front of you, then if you come out of the challenge, if you emerge as a winner out of the challenge, there your faith and your caliber comes into existence. They take a different form. And there you can say, yes, I have faced all these adversities and challenges, and I have emerged as a winner. And that will make you to understand what research is all about. The use of language has become more complex and inclined nowadays. You see the WhatsApp language, you see the Facebookian language, you see the emailian language, all the language, they are changing quite fast nowadays. And the world is moving so fast that we are not so fast as far as the world is moving. The youngsters, they are too fast. But where are they going to? That has to be tapped by the supervisors and the guides. Style has undergone a transformation from their traditional form to more complicated, non-linear and fragmented form. So this is the change what we are looking nowadays. Even the brother has converted into bro, sister has been converted into sis. So all these new terminologies and very short form of the things are coming up. OMG, they say, they never say nowadays, oh my God. So everything is being changed. So why can't there be a change in taking the research? Why can't there be a change in selection of the topic? Why can't there be a change in our thinking? Why can't be a change in looking at the things? Why to look at the things in the same way as others are looking? Why can't we look the different perspective of the same thing, the different angle of the same thing? If one is looking at the diamond from one angle, you need to look at it from the other angle, and your perspective matters a lot in that way. So the trends which are changing in today's arena of literature literary research have generated the mode of research that has more to do with what? Collaborative effort through textual and hypertextual variation and links, and intertextuality has found a new scope and space today. So in research, what we need to understand is there is a lot of scope and there is a lot of space for research. We need to provide the scope and space for research, and then predictive kind of an analysis of the new trends that has emerged and altered the literature in the present as well as future. We need to understand that the research has to help the community and the society. If your research is not related with the community and society in which you live in, then there is no use of research. Only the research must not be there for the sake of the degree to write DR in front of you. And people proudly say, I am Dr. Ghanshyam, I am Dr. G.A. Ghanshyam. You are not G.A. Ghanshyam. You are Dr. G.A. Ghanshyam. No, your name is G.A. Ghanshyam. Doctor is just a degree that you have. So when people ask, what's your name? I must say, I am G.A. Ghanshyam, not Dr. G.A. Ghanshyam. It's a kind of a degree that I have taken. And nowadays, it's like a flow which is there as far as the PhD is concerned. Everyone is writing doctor, doctor, doctor in front of that. Whether he is really a doctor or not, it's to be questioned. So that's what the research is. People have become PhD holders, they have become doctors, and they have done research. But how many of them are guiding the scholars? Even if they have become the guides, how many of them are really guiding the scholars? So that guiding is necessary. And when you guide, you need to glide into the research area. You need to glide and you need to go down deep into the text. You need to go deep into the theme. You need to go deep into the author, being the research supervisor. So even during the PhD vivas, if the scholar is unable to answer, then the guide has to be there to support the scholar with the help of scholarly intervention as far as the thesis and the theme is concerned. So there lies the entire responsibility of the research supervisor. Being the research supervisor is very easy, but to sustain as a research supervisor is very difficult task. As far as the technology, as far as the new things, as far as the changing trends, as far as the trends which are changing nowadays, it's concerned. So gone are the days when we used to say that the supervisor is the ultimate thing. No. Supervisor, my teacher, Dr. A.K. Khare, the late Dr. A.K. Khare would like to say, see, supervisor is always a co-worker with the research scholar. He is not the supreme commander. He is the worker by your side. So that's what I said. It should not be the sage on the stage, but it should be the guide on the side. And that's what Shah Rukh Khan film says, Main Hoon Na. So the supervisor must say to the scholar, Main Hoon Na, I am there with you all the time. And whenever you need me, I am there. So that gives a kind of a confidence, a kind of a faith for the researcher to undertake many new avenues. And what is more important, what Dr. Manish Srivastava was telling about finding a good and a wonderful, creative, dynamic, innovative, enterprising research supervisor. So that's the foremost key as far as research is concerned. People come to the research supervisor saying, I want to do research. On what topic? So whatever you say, I'll do it. When the scholar or the student says, sir, tell me the topic, I can do on anything, then where is the need of the supervisor? Because he becomes the sarvagya. He knows everything. Then what is the need of a research supervisor for that? So there is no need. Then we need to understand what the scholar or the student likes. Where is the bent of mind? You need to understand that. And for that, it takes so many months together to understand the thing. And the bent of mind is very important as far as research is concerned. Then comes the greater use of technological tools and aids for research that allows more collaboration. Because if there is a collaboration, the work gets faster, it becomes more flexible, and you can manage the things and the resources which are available to us. At the same time, if we use more and more visual mode of communication through the use of digital media, and infographics, which have come into our rescue nowadays with the help and advent of latest technologies, and the new innovation and textual resources that open up new vistas, new challenging avenues as far as research is concerned. And then there is a larger scope for interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary research. We need to understand that this is the need of the hour, to go interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. If you are only focused with your own discipline, then there is no use. You need to think out of the box. You need to just jump out of your comfort zone. You need to come out of your comfort zone. The moment you come out of your comfort zone, the interdisciplinary and the multidisciplinary research will come. And you need to collaborate, cooperate, coordinate all these things together. And that will give you wonderful avenues to prosper for the betterment of research. And the arenas of research in the new trend is, the recent trend in literature has generated innovative trends in literary research. You can find even the vast range of arenas which can be explored in the new era of digital and the micro literature, like what it says, the study the transnational flow of popular digital literature in web novels. And even you can explore, these are the areas, you can explore the communicative and cultural shifts presented through them. Even you can evaluate the transcultural participatory process of storytelling, wherein readers or the fans collaborate as the creator of literature. So the people, those who are the fans, those who are the reader, they'll also take part in that. So it becomes the collaborative activity, and it will shed light on the textual experience of interactive writing. And we always say our class has to be interactive. It should not be the class of a pin drop silence, because you are not teaching in the graveyard. You are teaching to the students, those who are lively. If your students are not lively, if they have become pin drop silence in the class, then there is no teaching, there is no education at all. So it has to be interactive all the time. And arenas of new research is one more, reimagining the role of the reader and the writer in the context of the digital medium, and that has narrowed down the distance between the reader and the writer. The reader becomes the writer and the writer becomes the reader. So they have incarnated, means they have mingled together into one. So it's like the, what we call it as the concept of Ardhanarishwara, wherein half of the part is Shiva and half of the part is Parvati. In the same way, the reader and the writer, they have merged into one. One is the first half, another one is the second half. And they become the best half of each other. So in that way, it becomes the thing which is to be understood. Analyze the word of self-publishing provided through digital medium. Nowadays, the digital medium is quite active. You can publish also. And study the language of the word group and explore the subtleties of shifting connotation and meaning affected by the word choice. So word choice is very important. That's what I said as far as the six-word novel is concerned. The words that you choose, they have greater impact. The way you choose it, the way you write it, the way you use it, the way you pronounce it, the way you make the people understand it, that matters a lot. And that's why the minimalist style of literature that we owe to digital medium is worth further exploration and research. So we can explore various avenues with the help of these ICT tools which are available for us nowadays. Now, I come to the six-word novel. What about it? Many of the six-word novels are, actually they are memoirs or expression of the lives of the ordinary people that has made ordinary life narratives into the form of a new genre. That, like, the genres are changing, so six-word novel has become a kind of a genre, and in that you will find the self-expression represented in the form of just six-word novel in another area of research that is challenging for their extreme condensation of ideas and words. So, and then it says the use of only the choicest of words to convey an entire storytelling leaves much to the imagination of the reader. So the reader has to imagine. With the help of the six-word novel, the reader has been given the liberty to imagine. So imagination is more important. We have to leave the space and scope for all kinds of imagination, and is a challenging area of study that can be delved into the possibilities of interpretation and misinterpretation also. There is not only one interpretation, there is not only one thing which we need to understand, but it could be misinterpreted also. So these words, they play a very vital role as far as knitting the entire novel is concerned, as far as understanding the novel is concerned, as far as imagining the things behind the words are concerned. Because whatever the word appears at the front may not be at the back. So we need to understand the holistic development of the word. So if we do that, then this 6-word novel will become a kind of a novel, a kind of a new genre as far as the research is concerned. Then comes the flash fiction. Diverse functions of time and their effects on the readers is of a greater significance in the creation of flash fiction, and the role of the fictional time and its effect can thus be evaluated with the help of flash fiction. And even we too go back to our own old stories, our own childhood days or the days of our youth, and there comes the flash, and with the help of that we can create the flash fiction out of it. Reflections can be done on the technical and creative aspect of flash fiction as a genre, exemplified by their writer's understanding and the writing process and conviction. So these writing processes, they shape the writer. They make you to understand how to write, what to write. Nowadays, writing has become a kind of an entity where people do not want to write, they just copy and paste. Writing is primary thing. You need to understand one thing, that whatever you write is your own way of writing. Rather than copying the people, just listen to the people, understand the people, know the people, read the text, do everything whatever you can. But the interpretation and the style and the words must be your own. So that is basically the essence of your own writing. And that is what we call, not the complete thesis will be called as an infrastructure, but the in-frame structure is very important. So we need to understand the in-frame structure, and that's what we call inner engineering. We have to do inner engineering of ourselves. Stylistic study can be done on the genre and its demand of the precision and deliberation in the creation of the plot, character, and the use of language. How to use the language, why to use the language, where to use the language, to whom are we going to use the language, and how is it going to affect the people, and what kind of an impact it's going to create. All these could be analyzed, and we need to make the fiction goes like that. And then comes the blogging. Blogging, which probably is the first uniquely web-based genre, presents the scope for the exploration of its content that primarily personal, as I told earlier, and tends to the writer's own interest. So I may be blogging on various themes. I may be blogging on various topics. I may be blogging on environmental issues. I may be blogging on the social issues. I may be blogging on the literary issues. I may be blogging on the personal issues. I may be blogging on any of the topics which I feel as if I could do justice to it, which I feel, yes, I can write about it, which I feel, yes, I can express myself. And that's what Airtel says, express yourself. So we need to express ourselves, maybe in the form of writing or speaking, and maybe in the form of non-verbal expression. The expression could be of both the ways. It could be verbal, it could be non-verbal. The body language, the gesture, the posture, they are all non-verbal. The para-verbal. But as far as the verbal mode of expression is concerned, it may be having the writing or speaking. So the impact the writers, they create on the minds of the readers, the impact that the speaker creates on the minds and hearts of the listeners, that creates a kind of an energy and enthusiasm for us to become a blogger. So we need to become the bloggers. And even in many of the cases I have seen, many of the teachers, they have become very good bloggers. They do write blogs and people comment on that. Even they do have a blog of their own wherein they put forth their views, and even they put forth various texts related to their teaching. So even the teaching materials are being brought on the blog also. So in that way, blogging has become a kind of an entity wherein the person is absolutely free to express himself. And the genre presents an opportunity to study the hybrid genre that draws its inspiration from multiple sources. Even you can mention the hypertext also there as far as the blogging is concerned. A highly social and interactive medium, what blog is? Blogging is like a community activity. And there you can even motivate people, inspire people, make people to understand whatever you want to say. And in fact, some blogs are interlinked and can be evaluated to their social interactivity also. So in that way, blogging is very important literary trend which has come into existence. And conversational exchanges present in a blog is another area of study present in a blog. So on the basis of these bloggings, and the moment we understand what blogging is all about and the content of the blogging, we can do wonderful research as far as blogging is concerned. I'm reminded of one particular thing, like when Iraq and Iran war was going on long back, then the professor of IFLU was very happy. He was not happy because of the wars. He was not happy because of the Iraq and Iran are fighting together. But he was very happy because there were coinages of new words. Many new words have come into existence. Even during pandemic also, you have found many new coinages of words have come up. Many new words have come up. And the professor was very happy that new words are coming. I asked some person some time back, which is the best dictionary available? Somebody said it's Oxford. Somebody said it's Webster. Somebody said it's some other dictionary. And sir, all the dictionaries are quite good. I said no. The best dictionary is the dictionary which is there in the press. The moment it comes out, it becomes obsolete because many new words, they emerge. So no dictionary is full. That's why all the dictionaries, they come with the latest edition by bringing so many new words in it. The moment it comes out of the press, there are so many new words which are going to be added in the next dictionary. So which is the best dictionary? The best dictionary is which is in the press. In the same way, your own thesis will become obsolete just after 1 year. If you go back to your thesis and you will read it, you will say, is it me who has written this kind of a text? Because you're so mature now, and it appears as if it is an immature kind of a writing of your own. At that moment of time when you are writing, you are quite matured and you have written that. But now you are more mature than what you have written. So in that way, we need to understand that. We need to look at the future. We need to look at those things. And this will make you to understand many more things. Then pandemic literature. When we talk of pandemic literature, it provides us the opportunity to study the transformation, the transformational shift. You can even call it as a paradigm shift of the socio-cultural, psychological context of the language. And the themes, what I mentioned earlier, the fear, survival, isolation, and all these themes, their concerns are explored. And that's what I was telling about the IFLU professor. And he said, okay, one research could be done on the captions of the newspapers. All the newspaper captions, they were taken and a research has been done. So IFLU was very innovative in taking up research. Nowadays, even nowadays also, it was long back, even 20 years back, what I'm saying is, even today, we are unable to get into the new things. When the new thing comes, the scholar run away. Sir, this cannot be done, sir. No, sir, this cannot be done. And even we cannot think of the new things. When we discuss new things with the people, very few people will be there. Say, handful of people will be there. Not even handful of people will be there to encourage new trends in literature, the new ways of thinking. Because they say the literature may not be available. The secondary sources may not be available. You will be into the ditch. And then you need to understand yourself. And then whatever you want to do, you do it. I'll only sign. No. We need to search. We need to sit. We need to research. We need to be the guide on the side to understand these things. If we are not promoting the new trends, who is going to promote? And if the things are not promoted right now, then when it is going to be promoted? So the change is inevitable. The change has to pass through me. That's the basic essence of research. And that's why storytelling and plot construction are the tools that individuals and societies employ to make the sense of pandemic and to build a meaningful narrative out of the scattered events and phenomena which can be evaluated. So this pandemic literature is the area of study as far as the new trends are concerned. So the researchers and even the guides, they can read and write many new papers and even can write books as far as this particular literature is concerned. And human emotions and relationships in the wake of these challenging times can be studied also. Yes, literature is nothing but human. Literature makes us to understand that we are born human beings, but there is a long gap between human beings and being human. Literature makes us being human. Literature makes us to inculcate within ourselves the being human tendencies. So that's the basic role of literature, and that's why literature comes under humanities. We are talking of the software, we are talking of the hardware, but how many of us we talk of the humanware? The humanware is not there. In the world of technology, in the world of ICT, we talk of hardware and software. We never talk of humanware. And that's why it is called as humanities. The human amenities. The human amenities are to be brought to the stage. The human amenities must become the center of attraction. That's what the research makes us to understand. And then comes up the hypertext. The hypertext is often linked to post-structuralist theory and can be analyzed in that light also. It's up to the person to understand it. And then another area of study is web-based literature, is what we call Twitterature. Twitter literature. Twitterature. The genre covers varied literary forms and is open to research areas covering various explorations of its capacities, and the text is limited and it has the collaborative medium. And then Twitterature has given rise to social media AU. And what is AU? Alternate universe. We talk of AI, artificial intelligence, right? In the same way, all the time we measure the students on the basis of IQ, intelligent quotient, but we fail to understand the EQ, emotional quotient, the SQ, the social quotient, another SQ, the spiritual quotient of the student. The moment we understand the spiritual, social, and emotional quotient of the student, then the intelligent quotient is not required. What is more required is the emotional. If the student or the research scholar is associated himself with the text or not. So the fascination is derivative in nature and changes the genre, context of fundamentals of the source material. And at the same time, the genre has immense scope for experimentation. And lot many experimentation has to be done. Research is nothing but experimentation. You may fail in doing the experimentation, but that will fetch you the experience not to do the same kind of a mistake next. So use of multiple voices, medium, and use of multimedia. This is what hypertext is. So what I said earlier, change is inevitable. And when we talk of change, the social media and internet, they have revolutionized the world like anything. There are many recent developments in literature which has opened up new avenues, new genres, new arenas to be studied and evaluated. And the style has changed. The context has changed. Multiple voices have come up. There is a mixed media. Experimentation with the language is in practice. The structure, the character, the plots, the cultural and the social representations, they are changing. Every day they are changing. And we are using that. But are we going to make it as a kind of a research in the days to come? That's $1 million question. And in the field of research in literature, which has undergone a transformation, as I said, the paradigm shift has been taken. The thought process has come up with more creative and challenging arenas as far as the research is concerned. And that's why the contemporary era of technology in the field of research and literary research has led to the new vistas of exploration and analysis. And that's why I always say, he who does not research has nothing to teach. So every individual has to research. If you really want to teach and teach, If you take out T, what remains is each. So teach each. What? He who does not research has nothing to teach. So if you do research, then you have ample of scope to teach. If you do research, then you have ample of knowledge to share. If you do research, then your wisdom will develop. So inquiry is the highest wisdom. So we must open our eyes and ears so that the knowledge can come from all the sides. So let knowledge come to me from all the sides, so that with the help of the knowledge, I can do research. Because until and unless you have the knowledge to do research, until and unless you have the knowledge, the research will never be there. So we need to understand that. All the time we could always make it a kind of a practice that research is everyday's work. And if we are in the profession of teaching, then we must do research. The second thing says, research is formalized curiosity. It's poking and prying with a purpose. Even if you're poking, it's with a purpose. Even if you're prying, it's with a purpose. So there has to be a purpose. Because to lead a life, you have a purpose. To feed your children back at home, there is a purpose. To teach, you have a purpose. Every individual who has taken birth on this beautiful earth has a purpose. Our birth, it has a purpose of its own. So we need to understand the purpose of our life. We need to understand the purpose of our birth. And if you research that, then research will become a cup of tea of yours. We need to make research as the cup of tea of all the people with whom we are. They are into research, but we need to marshal. We need to channelize the research. We need to customize the research. So that's very important. And then no research without action, and there is no action without research. So the research has to have action in it, and no action without research. So research has to be there with action. So they are the two sides of a single coin. So in that way, we need to understand, we need to take research. And having said that, a beautiful picture I'll show to you. This you can see. And what you remember out of this, you can find this is a wood, this is a forest where two roads are diverged. I always remember whenever I look into this picture, I remember the very famous poet whom I like a lot, Robert Frost. He said, road not taken. I'm telling this with a sigh. Somewhere ages and ages hence, two roads diverged in the wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. So take the road which has been traveled by very few people, very less people, or else go ahead and do one thing. Take the road which has not been taken. Make your own way, make your own road. Why to follow the steps of others? The flutter of the butterfly, in the same way English has come to India. And now it has converted into a huge hurricane. Even Britishers haven't imagined that English will go like a hurricane in India, which has brought just like a flutter of the butterfly. In the same way, these literary trends which have come up to us in the maybe in the form of Twitter fiction, web novel, 6-word novel, blog, hypertext, whatnot, they have come to us as a flutter of the butterfly. We, being the research supervisors, we, being the research scholars, must convert this flutter of the butterfly into a huge hurricane for the future generation to follow it and to take up these things for the betterment of the society and also for the sustainable society. With these words, I thank the organizers and all the people, those who have assembled on this platform, for providing me an opportunity to present my views in front of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was just a pleasure. It has always been a pleasure listening to you. Questions, please. If any of the audience have any questions to ask, you can write in the chat box or unmute and ask the question. Indeed, Sushma, it is an eye-opener session. Agree with you totally. I'm going through the chat box. There are number of messages of appreciation.
Chandan, somebody has written it's an eye-opening session, right?
Sushma Mishra, Madam Sushma Mishra from Dharsiva has written. Sir.
Eye-opening session, but it's not a mouth-shutting session,
Of course.
right? So
Yes,
though
yes,
it's an eye-opening session, but it's not mouth-shutting session at all. So
indeed.
even if you open your mouth, open your eyes, the mouth has to be opened, because all these exercises, whatever we are doing, and all these the day's full-long session, what we are doing is not to only listen to it, but at the same time we need to think, and that's why think is very important. When you take out th out of it, what remains is ink. The moment you think, then the ink comes in the form, so that you can pen down, so then you can write. So that's why it is said, moving finger writes. If the finger is not moving, you cannot write. So it's the moving finger. With the help of the think, you take out the ink and move your fingers to write something. And every writing will become obsolete the day you mature yourself. Whatever you have written yesterday will become obsolete for you the very next day, because you are quite matured on the next day. And if you look at after 15 days, you will think, no, I am not the writer. I am not so immature when I wrote this. Then when you think after 1 year or 2 years, you will find, what a kind of nonsense what I have written. It's absolutely bogus. Even your thesis will become bogus for you. And our theses, they are kept like Goddess Saraswati in the Almira, and we have never opened after our PhD, right? So we are that kind of a breed who profess being the professors, right? The
Yes, sir,
professor
we have
is
got one question, sir,
yes.
from Kusumita Sonwani. And she says that, sir, how can we do an elaborate research when there are limited secondary sources?
That's what I said in the beginning. You never think of the secondary sources. You are the secondary person. The primary text is there with you. If you have the interpretation, if you understand this, if you just you have various connotations out of it, and if you interpret it well, then no secondary source is needed.
Yes.
Just tell me one particular question. What is the secondary source? The person, after reading the primary text, whatever he has written for the first time will become the secondary source. Why don't you become the secondary source first? What is the need for the secondary source then? If everything is available in the secondary source form, then why to do research? Then why are you there? What is your existence? What are you for? And why are you far from the text, looking into the secondary source? You are not doing research on the secondary source, but you are doing research on the primary text. So that becomes primary. Your mind becomes primary. Your heart becomes primary, not the writings, what you call it as secondary source. So what is important is the primary text, out of which you can knit many of the stories, many of the characters, many of the things can come up to you. So that's why I always say, don't ever go with the secondary sources. Just go with the primary sources and leave the secondary. It's not mandatory.
Yes, sir. Sir, the topic current trends and in literature, it has, I think, charged our minds with the current of taking up the new topic.
Yes, current you can take another meaning.
Yes,
it's
sir.
like a current.
Yes, sir. That's
passes
what I'm
through.
saying.
Yes.
We are like we have received the current
Yes.
movement in our minds. There is a current of thoughts in our mind.
Current is also cur, but do not end. Cur, but do not end. That's what current.
Yes, sir. Sir, it's like it's also entertaining, sir, listening to you at times.
What did you say?
Sir, it is also a great entertainment listening to you.
Oh,
Means we are never we never lose focus listening to you.
that's what we saw. When entertainment is there, enter into the amendment.
Yes.
So there has to be an amendment, amalgamation of the thoughts, amalgamation of our thinking, amalgamation of many of the people together. There, the research, and that's why I always say there has to be a research circle which has to be formed. Like in your college, you have 6-7 people. Always talk about research. Associate all the students and put in their minds and hearts that research is very essential. Right from the undergraduate level, if you train them right from the undergraduate level up to post-graduation, you will find some of the students coming towards research. And what we do after post-graduation, we go into research. And just as a cut and paste, C and P, we bring the DR in front of our name. So that DR is not necessary. And that's why I have not written with my name DR. I have written only G.A. Ghanshyam because I am known as G.A. Ghanshyam. Doctor is not in my name. Doctor is a degree. So if I keep on writing the degree, that doesn't matter. What matters is how are you going to certify yourself? It's not the certificate which you are providing to the people, those who are attending the program is important. What is more important is whatever I gain, and in that way, if I am going to certify myself. And that's why in ISPEL, we never give certificates to the participants.
Yes.
Because we make them so well that they can certify themselves.
Sir,
Somebody has written interesting समय का पता ही नहीं चला. Very good. Time flies. Okay,
Yes.
Time never flies. Time is always there. We come and go. Time never changes. Time is the same. We change. Time never changes. We come and go. Because we are not Shashwat. We are not immortal. And that's why we come and go. Time remains the same. Time never flies.
Sir, one more appreciation is there. How to end any workshop is here. So encouraging.
So, end is not the end. End is the new beginning.
Yes.
Because
of
in the
course.
beginning, in Rigveda it is said, in the beginning there was no center. In the beginning, there was no periphery. In the beginning, there was no periphery, and in the beginning, there was no center. At the end, there will be no center. At the end, there will be no periphery. So it's wide open. It's like an open chain.
भी नहीं था, अंत भी नहीं था, शुरुआत भी नहीं.
Right. The same.
Sushma madam, you want to say something? I can feel that you want to say something.
I'm speechless, and it's always a pleasure to hear you, sir. And I was very thankful to Chandan sir for sharing the link in his status. So I have no words, sir. Kudos. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that note, sir, one more thing I wanted to add. In the beginning, you said that we have chosen, means you are there at the end of the list of speakers, and you are the last speaker. But it is purposely done, sir, because we have the tradition to always keep the best for the end.
Because today I have the holiday, so I can give time, right? Otherwise, in the office, I don't have time for all these things.
Yes,
So that's why I have chosen that day. And I said, I'm the last FOST and LASD speaker.
yes, sir. So now I invite once again Manjula Soni madam to present the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon,
On
ma'am.
behalf of the organizing team of the 5-day workshop, I thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful lecture on recent trends in literary research. Thank you so much, sir, for your precious time and efforts. So as students, sir, we always keep on learning from our teachers, from our seniors. And today, as I have been given an opportunity to speak, I would like to share what I have learned as a student and that I can use in my lectures. So I would like to share those things which I have learned from your lecture today. That the presentation was so wonderful that I felt like attending an offline lecture, and it was really very interesting. And I was totally engrossed. We learned what is a research, how to conduct a research, blending in research, learning new trends, and impact of society in research, as well as we say that a teacher has to be updated all the time. And Sir's lecture is an example of that. When Sir talks about web novels, blogging, Twitter fiction, fan fiction, pandemic literature, six-word novel, these are all new terms, and we feel that Sir is so updated. So we have heard of it that a teacher has to be updated, and we all try to do that. But Sir's lecture is an example of that. Again, I learned is the efforts Sir has taken for preparing the lecture, the PPT, the so clear, crisp PPT, PowerPoint prepared by Sir, and the efforts which he has taken and the research involved in preparing the presentation was clearly visible. And when we talk of research, what is research and we need to research, Sir's lecture is again an example of research. Means, Sir, whatever Sir says that this should be like this, we feel that he does so in his lecture. As he says that he who does not research has nothing to teach. So again, his research or his lecture is an example of this, that he not only says, but he has done that. And we all try to put as research means whatever we think, we read something, and what we feel and what we think, we try to put that in our lecture to make it interesting. That is our input. And we can see Sir's input in his lecture. Apart from reading the reading and research involved in preparing the lecture or the base or the content of the lecture, but some other things which Sir has put from his end, like the lost person or the last person, last speaker, blend has end in it. Pandemic is pan academic. I have noted down all these things, and I had thought of sharing it. That is why I have written this. And when someone said that it is an eye-opening session, Sir said it is not a mouth-shutting session. Ink has ink in it, and being a professor. So it means he is very prompt in answering also.
It is all, everything is so instant. It is means not premeditated. It is just instant, on the spot.
But a teacher has to do that in a class. If a teacher wants to make class interesting, a teacher has to be thoughtful, and at once the teacher can like cook stories. I don't know whether the story is true or not, but the story of the professor was happy with the war. I don't know whether it is a true story or coined by Sir. A cooked story, but I do cook some stories in my class too to make my lectures interesting. So it was really a very wonderful presentation, Sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we would like to we would be obliged to listen to you again. Thank you, Sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for your wonderful words of appreciation. I don't think I deserve that, but I preserve that.
You really do, Sir.
No, I don't deserve that, but I preserve that.
Thank you, Sir.
We are speechless, sir.
Less speech is better. Brevity is thy soul.
Yes, sir. So with this note, we reach the end of the lecture series for today, and as well as for the 5 days workshop. Now, within a very short while, we will start for the valedictory session. We are waiting for our principal sir to join. In a while, sir will be joining. And for that session, I invite my colleague Manjari Singh madam to take over the stage. Over to you, Manjari madam.
Good afternoon, all of you. Thank you very much, sir. I am Indira Singh, Assistant Professor, Govt Digvijay Autonomous College, Rajnandgaon. On behalf of organizing team, Digvijay College, I would like to welcome all the participants, respected dignitaries, guests, and participants from all parts of India. I welcome you all in the valedictory session of this 5-day national workshop on basics of research methodology organized by Department of English, IQAC, Govt Digvijay Autonomous PG College, Rajnandgaon, with collaboration with Indira Sangeet Vishwavidyalaya, Khairgarh. As our goal of research is reaching its destination, means we are moving towards the valedictory session of 5-day national workshop. But moving ahead, I would like to invite some feedbacks from audience. So on a row of feedbacks, I would like to invite Ms. Subhanshi Pandey to share her views. She is a research scholar, Ravi Shankar Shukla University, Raipur. Over to you, Subhanshi.
Good afternoon to all the respected members present here. I am Subhangshi Pandey from Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University. My department is Literature and Languages Department. Right now, I am a research scholar of English literature. And I would firstly thank you, ma'am, for inviting me to share my thoughts about this 5-day workshop that was being held from 7 June to 11 June. And I am really happy to share that it was such a fruitful session as we got to learn about the research, craft of writing, and also we had an opportunity to learn about the new terminologies like literature, 6-word novels, and very. It was the ending session was such a fruitful and such a learning session that I'm quite happy, and I'm also looking forward to attend such type of session in which we get to know about all the other fields in which we can carry out our literature research work. Whereas what are the tools we can use in our research work? What are the literary terms? Discussion about the touchstone method of research, of the literature touchstone or method of literature, and how can we use it in our research. These 5 days 5 days workshop was so helpful and so knowledgeable that I am sure and I'm 100% sure that I'll be using all the knowledge that I have gained in my research work. And we'll also be looking forward to take some more valuable lessons from Ghanshyam sir nearby future. Sir, it was very nice listening to you. And during the whole session, I wasn't able to take out my thought, or I was just grasping all those things that I was listening, and I'm so very grateful to listening to you. So Mali Gupta ma'am's lecture was also very knowledgeable about what are the other fields where we can go and approach. The basic information that we only need a primary source out our research. We can be the source of secondary data to let others carry out their work was such a, encouraging session so that we can approach other fields as well. Thank you, Digvijay College for giving us an opportunity to have to attend such a workshop, and congratulations to all the organizers. And thank you for inviting me, sir. Thank you for inviting me, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Subhanshi. This shows your satisfaction, and the smile on your face makes
Yes,
it feel that the purpose is somewhat we have achieved the purpose of the workshop.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's my pleasure listening to all of the respected members.
God bless you and best wishes for your research.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudhanshi, for nice words. Now I would like to call Ms. Sonam Bharti, Research Scholar, University of Allahabad. Unmute yourself, Sonam.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Sonam Bharti, PhD scholar of University of Allahabad. It's a pleasure and honor to speak here. I've attended all 5-day lectures, all 5-day workshop. It was really wonderful and amazing. It very much enlightens, encourages, and engages to do more in research. Every participants have performed it very well, especially this team of Digvijay, Government Digvijay Autonomous PG College has shown their active participation. What a beautiful payoff for all that they hard work they had put in it. I'm so impressed. I can't imagine all the work that they must have put into that. Was really very interesting. I would also thank all the professors who showed their interest in giving knowledge to us and discuss important topics regarding PhD. All topics were very well discussed, especially online research discussed by Jyoti ma'am was very interesting and something new, I think. Now, I think PhD is not just like reading books, but it has very vast meaning in itself. All advices given by professor are very practical. They have given their precious time to us. Thank you, ma'am and sir. Now, once I again thank to this team, Government Digvijay Autonomous PG College, who very well performed their duty. Slides were very well used with pictures, having complete notes in itself. Now, as a PhD student, I very much influenced and know the new meaning of research. In future also, I would like to attend this type of workshop. It's really very enlightening. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sonam Bharti.
Yes, ma'am.
Now I would thank you so much. Okay, now I would like to invite Ms. Mona VM, Assistant Professor, University of Calicut, Kerala, to share her views.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for giving such an opportunity, ma'am. I literally started from the very first day itself. This is actually unbecoming of me to continue listening to following each and every session. But I should say it out that all of your sessions, they were really inspiring. I'm a faculty and we do communicate these the essentials of research and everything to the students also. We have a research department in our college. Altogether, all the sessions were very much impressive. When once I take my pen, I just couldn't stand up. Basically, I didn't get any off duty while I'm doing this workshop. So I was adjusting my hours to definitely to attend this. Because all these sessions were really awesome and it actually had given me too much of content, too much of topics, too much of arenas. Just to comment about the last session also, sir, you have been giving us too many arenas for vast research. So I feel extremely thankful for all the team, definitely the team of Digvijay College who organized such a wonderful session on research, its methodology and everything, and also the principal. I have a very humble request. Please keep the Telegram group or at least the address of these participants alive and keep us intimating your future workshop sessions and all like this. We will be of too much of gratitude to come and attend your sessions. It was really, really good and helpful, sir. Thank you once again for the entire team. Congratulations for making it such a grand success with all such a resourceful persons, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, I want to tell you that the Telegram group is for the purpose of this workshop itself only.
Okay.
For further programs, you can visit our website, college website.
Okay.
There you will
Okay,
get
sir.
updated about
Okay.
everything happening in our department.
Okay, definitely, sir.
And yes,
Nice.
yes, of course, ma'am. We'll be sharing in the Telegram group also that we have prepared. That group that will be there. So whatever programs are organized in our institution, we'll be sharing it with us.
Okay,
Yes.
Dr.
Okay.
ma'am. Thank you, Chandan sir. You know, all your faces have become very much familiar to me also by these 5 days. Thanks a lot.
Definitely, we'll be doing some offline workshops and seminars also, and then we'll invite you all.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
We'll be
Thank you very
meeting in person next year.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Mona ma'am, for nice words. Now I
Thank
would like to invite Abhishek Kadakwar, research scholar, Ravi Shankar Shukla University, Raipur.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for inviting me for this occasion. Ma'am, I have to say many things to you. First of all, thank you so much for the only one people who has the idea of the organizing this workshop. First one. Second, thank to all the muses of Digvijay College because you organize so very well, ma'am. Thank you so much. And I have to talk about the first class. The topic was, are you a paper tiger? Okay. When I read this title, yes, I am. I am the tiger, of course. It was my dialogue. Then I totally decided that I have to join this workshop. After that, the second class was meaning and objective of research of Tiwari sir. So mesmerizing class it was. And thank to Tiwari sir who gave us the so wonderful lecture. After that, Somali Gupta ma'am, of course, research, it's all the name. खत्म सब कुछ यहीं पर ही खत्म हो जाता है टाइटल में ही सब खत्म है Thank you so much, ma'am. Because the person who was introducing you, I was trying to say to him that भाई ऐसे introduce नहीं करते. The Somali Gupta she is, okay. And the person who was belonging from Chhattisgarh and especially from English literature and doesn't know about Somali Gupta is already placed in hell, okay. So वो कुछ बोलने वाला था उसको कि भाई थोड़ा सा अच्छा कर लेता. After then, our ma'am, Madhu Kamra ma'am, and the literature way, how to express, how to say anything to anyone. That's Madhu Kamra ma'am. And Jyoti Patil ma'am, she told us about the they instead of he and she. This is the first ever I listened. Okay, then and I'm now using they and their instead of her and his. So this is my first experience for there and they. In today's class, research literature, a practical approach. How to approach in practical way. Today I learned. And the last one, as I wrote in message box, how to end. This is the sixth shot of the Dhoni in World Cup 2011. The biggest shot. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek, for such a nice words. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Ms. Radhika Mishra, PG student, Govt Digvijay College.
I guess she is not here, madam. We can move ahead to Muskan. Muskan, are you there, beta?
Yes, ma'am. First of all, thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. I am Muskan Bangre from Digvijay Autonomous PG College. I am a PG student. I really enjoyed the 5 days workshop. It is very useful. I
Muskan, if you
learned.
can please switch on your camera. You are not visible. Yes.
I really enjoyed the 5 days workshop. It is very useful. I learned several key pieces of information that will greatly improve my ability. I feel as if not only my writing style but also my understanding of exactly what needs to be conveyed in research has really improved. I appreciated the speaker's personal anecdotes. Thank you for organizing this wonderful workshop and special thanks to all the great speakers.
Thank you, Muskan. Now, moving forward, uh, for overall reporting a 5 day workshop, I would like to invite Dr. Neetu Srivastava ma'am.
Hello. Thank you so much, Manjari, for inviting me. And it's my privilege to present an overall summary of 5 days workshop that has been organized by the Department of English. And I would like to highlight the main topics covered by all the respective speakers during this workshop. Day one started with the inaugural session having Dr. Aruna Palta ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Hemchand Yadav University, Durg, as our chief guest, our principal sir, all our respective speakers and dignitaries and participants. The very first session of the workshop was of Dr. Prantik Banerjee sir from Hislop College, Nagpur, who spoke brilliantly on the topic, Are You a Paper Tiger? He spoke on research and high style, social affair, how to frame title of the thesis, which should be simple. He focused on the point that the main point that he focused was that our research should be simple and it should be conducted in such a way that our students can understand. It should be understandable for our students. He also pointed out that there are two hurdles to the quality research, that is ambiguity and redundancy, and we should try to be away with these hurdles. The second speaker of the first day was Dr. I.D. Tiwari sir, and he in a very detailed manner spoke at length about the meaning of research, objectives of research, motivation in research, types of research, and significance of research. He also talked about research methods and research versus research methodology. Day 2 began with Dr. Somali Gupta ma'am. With all respect, I say that her lecture was mesmerizing, and Dr. Somali Gupta, she talked, the topic of her talk was research, it's all in the name. Madam dealt with almost all the important aspects of planning and research, right from the selection of the area of study, author and books until the writing of the thesis. She also gave us insight about writing research papers. We learned a lot that while research writing, we must ensure that the idea of our paper and thesis should be crystal clear. The language used should be simple and self-explanatory. We need not use ornamental language and try to avoid jargon language. One thing that ma'am focused on that our thesis should not be only for the ornamental purpose to be decorated in the library only. It should have some use for the people around and to the society. The second speaker on the second day was Dr. Jyoti Patil ma'am from Renuka College, Nagpur, and her topic was online tools and latest style citations in literary research. Madam talked in an intrinsic detail on the process and tools of documentation. I believe that every new researcher must have got the biggest opportunity to listen to her. And ma'am's lecture was a complete package of digital equipments required for research writing to all the research aspirants. And we got answer to so many questions in her deliverance, which like how to start writing a research paper, how to arrange our thoughts, how to document our research using digital tools, how to find the perfect journal suitable for our paper, how to check plagiarism, how to arrange references and bibliography effortlessly, how to get published, and so many other new things. On day 3, the first lecture was of respected Dr. Madhu Kamra ma'am. She excellently explained the meaning, purpose and importance of comparative and folk literature in present scenario with the help of many examples and definitions. In simpler words, she said that comparative literature focuses on two literary texts where comparison is made between these two texts and where compared texts could be similar and dissimilar in nature. She also touched the field of studies, namely French school, American school, and Russian school, and also touched broad areas of cultural studies. In second session, we had Dr. Anil Kumar Srivastava, Professor and Head, Department of Biotechnology, Govt VYT PG College, Durg. The topic of his talk was resources of funding for research. As the name suggests, Dr. Srivastava told us about major funding agencies for research in India and abroad as well. As per his findings, we have 225 researchers per million population in India, whereas in Israel it is 1250. He told us about some important funding agencies in different subjects like DST, CSIR, UGC, Planning Commission, Finance Commission, CG Cost, etc. On day 4, we had two speakers. The first speaker was Dr. Savita Singh, ma'am, professor in English, Govt Nagarjun College, Raipur. Madam spoke at length on Russian formalism, archetypal criticism, new criticism, phenomenological criticism, feminist criticism, structuralism, theory of deconstruction, reader response criticism, semiotics, eco-criticism, post-colonial criticism, cognitive literary studies, modernism, postmodernism, and new historicism in detail. The second session was of Dr. P.N. Sanesar, Assistant Professor in Department of English, Govt Autonomous PG College, Chhindwara. Sir gave a very interesting lecture on researching biographies. The session was very interactive and interesting, and in his presentation Sir started his lecture with a question on one picture, and taking example from the picture where there was a boat resting on the deck to sail to the deep ocean on the other side, and on the other side of the water body was seen an island, and the church was also seen there, which was getting reflected into the water of that ocean. Sir compared this island as the target to complete the PhD for the research scholars, and the boat as the researcher waiting for the boatman, who is a research supervisor, who will take the boat towards the destination. So, in a very beautiful manner, with a beautiful analogy, sir explained how can we do research. On day 5, that is today, we had two speakers, Dr. Manish Srivastava and Dr. G. A. Ghanshyam. The first speaker, Dr. Manish Srivastava, sir, basically talked about different types of researches, including fundamental research, applied research, action research, quality research, and quantity research. Sir said that in applied research, you try to find a solution to a problem which is carried out with some of the existing theories. Sir also threw light on audience response criticism, Marxist criticism, dialogic criticism, post-colonial criticism, anti-theoretical approach to text. Thereafter, Sir gave some suggestions to the students regarding practical approaches to research, and he focused on the choice of topic and supervisor is the most important thing. And if you prepare synopsis properly, you believe that half of your research is done. The second speaker today, dynamic Dr. G. A. Ghanshyam sir, he talked about what is research. And he said that one should mend the minds to understand the research, to blend the trends. On the blended mode, we have to blend the trends of today. To pursue research in the field of literature, he said that literature is the field of knowledge that embodies the ethos, values, cultures, beliefs, and traditions of society. He also talked about traditional concept of the author and reader, how they have been transformed in the present scenario, from solitary act of reading to and text into technologically aided acts like that of cybernetic reading, etc. He gave a list of new trends in literature, that is web novels, Twitter fiction, 6-word novel, flash fiction, bloggings, fan fiction, pandemic literature, and also he focused on the primary sources and secondary sources.
Ma'am, please
Ma'am, you're
unmute
muted.
yourself.
You're muted.
Okay. So we can say that during this 5 days workshop, abundance of topics were covered, and all the speakers, they chose different topics so that they could cover vast area of literature. And as we have been listening the feedback of our participants, we hope that all of them would have been wiser in field of research after attending this 5 days workshop. Thank you so much to all of you for being regular in attending the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neeru Srivastava ma'am, for giving us a short glimpses of 5-day national workshop. Moving forward, I am Now I would like to invite Dr. Anita Shankar Ma'am, Head Department of English, Govt Digvijay Autonomous College, Rajnandgaon, to give to deliver a few words. Good afternoon to one and all. I express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Digvijay sir, Dr. Prantik Banerjee sir, Dr. Somali Gupta ma'am, Dr. Jyoti Patil ma'am, Dr. Madhu Kamra ma'am, Dr. Anil Srivastava sir, Dr. Manish Srivastava sir, Dr. P.N. Sanesar sir, Dr. Savita Singh ma'am, Dr. G.A. Ghanshyam sir, for being with us, taking time out of their busy schedule during the 5-day workshop and enlightening us with their insightful lectures. We are thankful to Dr. K.L. Tandekar sir, our principal and patron, for providing us the opportunity to organize this workshop. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Thank you very much, ma'am. Dr. I.D. Tiwari sir is not here with us because he is engaged in some meeting. That is why he is not able to present in this valedictory session. So now I would like to invite Dr. K.L. Tandekar sir, Principal, Govt Digvijay College, Rajnandgaon, to share his views. Principal sir?
Hello.
Yes sir, you are audible. Yes sir.
कुछ व्यस्तता के कारण मैं समय नहीं दे पा रहा था। आज के आपके इस वर्कशॉप का समापन है। ये बहुत ही प्रसन्नता का विषय है महाविद्यालय के लिए कि डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इंग्लिश और एचओडी मैडम अनीता शंकर के मार्गदर्शन में सभी प्राध्यापकों ने एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण विषय रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी को केंद्रित करते हुए वर्कशॉप का आयोजन किया है। निश्चित ही इन 5 दिनों में वर्कशॉप में जिन विषयों पर हमारे एक्सपर्ट प्राध्यापकों ने जानकारी दी है वह बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण थी और विशेषकर नए शोधार्थियों को और विद्यार्थियों को और प्राध्यापकों के लिए इस क्षेत्र में कार्य करने के लिए एक अच्छा मार्गदर्शन रहा है। जितने भी विषय विशेषज्ञ जिन्होंने हमें इस वर्कशॉप में अपना समय दिया, हमारा मार्गदर्शन किया, मैं महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से उन सभी के प्रति बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और यही आशा और अपेक्षा हमें रहेगी कि जब कभी भी हमें हमारे विशेषज्ञों के मार्गदर्शन की आवश्यकता हो हमें उनका मार्गदर्शन अवश्य मिलेगा। मैं यहाँ पर विशेषज्ञों को विशेषकर डॉक्टर प्रंतिक बनर्जी, डॉक्टर आई.डी. तिवारी, डॉक्टर सोमाली गुप्ता, डॉक्टर अनूप कुमार, डॉक्टर मधु कामरा, डॉक्टर ज्योति पाटिल, डॉक्टर अनिल श्रीवास्तव, डॉक्टर मनीष श्रीवास्तव और हमारे मित्र डॉक्टर पी.एन. सेनेसर सर, डॉक्टर सविता सिंह और साथ ही साथ डॉक्टर जी घनश्याम सर, इन सभी का मार्गदर्शन इस वर्कशॉप में हमें प्राप्त हुआ है। मैं ये मानता हूं और जैसे भी हमें इस वर्कशॉप के आयोजन और एक्सपर्ट के द्वारा जो जानकारी दी गई है वह शोधार्थियों को और विद्यार्थियों को, प्राध्यापकों को एक नए आयाम तय करने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण साबित हो रही है। इंग्लिश विभाग के विभागाध्यक्ष डॉक्टर अनीता शंकर, डॉक्टर नीलू श्रीवास्तव, डॉक्टर अनीता शाह, डॉक्टर चंदन सोनी, मैडम मंजरी, सबका यह बहुत ही समन्वय प्रयास था। आप सब ने इस वर्कशॉप को कंडक्ट करने, उनके विषय वस्तु के चयन में और विशेषज्ञों के जो उन्हें आमंत्रित किया है वह निश्चित ही बहुत ही प्रशंसनीय रहा है। इसका लाभ हमें मिलेगा। इन्हीं आशा और विश्वास के साथ सभी प्राध्यापकों को, शोधार्थियों को, विद्यार्थियों को बहुत बहुत आभार, धन्यवाद। आपका सहयोग मिलेगा। महाविद्यालय आप सबके प्रति बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता है। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत सर, आपके आशीर्वाद बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Now, to take this boat to its destination, now I would like to present the message of appreciation to all our eminent and honorable speakers. So, our first guest to present the certificate of appreciation, Dr. Prantik Sir, Professor of Digvijay Hislop College, Nagpur, Maharashtra. In grateful acknowledgement of his expertise, professional competence, and invaluable support rendered as a resource person of 5-day national level workshop on basics of research methodology. Hence, certificate of appreciation presented to Dr. I.D. Tiwari Sir, Professor and Head Department of English, Indira, Sangeet, Vishwavidyalaya, Khairgarh, in grateful acknowledgement of his expertise, professional competence, and valuable support rendered as resource person of the 5-day national level workshop on basics of research methodology. So, thank you, sir. Kindly receive the certificate, sir. Next, certificate of appreciation presented to Dr. Somali Gupta ma'am, Professor of English, Government VYT Autonomous PG College, Durg. In grateful acknowledgement of her expertise, professional competence, and invaluable support rendered as resource person of the 5-day national level workshop on basics of research methodology. Thank you, ma'am, for kindly. Thank you, ma'am. Kindly and receive the certificate of appreciation. Certificate of appreciation presented to Dr. Jyoti Patil ma'am, Principal, Renuka College, Nagpur. In grateful acknowledgement of her expertise, professional competence, and invaluable support rendered as resource person of the 5-day national level workshop on basics of research methodology. Thank you, ma'am. Kindly receive the certificate.
Yes, thank you. It's really a nice gesture. Thanks a lot. And congratulations for the successful completion of this program. Thank you.
Certificate of appreciation presented to Dr. Madhukamra ma'am, Professor of English, Durga College, Raipur, in grateful acknowledgement of her expertise, professional competence, and invaluable support rendered as a resource person of the 5-day national level workshop on basics of research methodology. Kindly receive the certificate, ma'am. Next, certificate of appreciation presented to Dr. Anil Srivastava sir, Professor of Zoology, Government BYD Autonomous College, Autonomous PG College, Durg, in great acknowledgement of his expertise, professional competence, and invaluable support rendered as resource person of the 5-day national level workshop on basics of research methodology. Kindly receive the certificate, sir. Thank you, sir. Last but not the least, the two eminent speakers, Um, Dr. Savita ma'am, Professor of English, Government Nagarjun Science College, Raipur, in grateful acknowledgement of expertise, professional competence, and invaluable support rendered as resource person of the 5 days national level workshop on basics of research methodology. Kindly receive the certificate, ma'am. Uh, Certificate of appreciation presented to Dr. P. N. Sanesa, sir, Assistant Professor, English, Government Autonomous PG College, Hindwara, in grateful acknowledgement of his expertise, professional competence, and invaluable support rendered as resource person of the 5 days national level workshop on basics of research methodology. Thank you, sir. Kindly receive the certificate, sir. Certificate of appreciation presented to Dr. Manish Srivastava, Guru Bhasi Das University, Bilaspur, in grateful acknowledgement of his expertise, professional competence, and invaluable support rendered as resource person of the 5 days national level workshop on basics of research methodology. Kindly receive the certificate, sir. Last but not the least, appreciation certificate of appreciation presented to Dr. G. A. Ghanshyam, sir, Professor of English and OSD, Higher Education Department, Chhattisgarh, in grateful acknowledgement of his expertise, professional competence, and invaluable support rendered as resource person of the 5 days national workshop on basics of research methodology. Kindly receive the certificate, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your time. Thank you all the audience, speakers, participants. If I would like to request our speakers who are here with us today to share their experience in this 5-day workshop, national workshop. Hmm? Yes, our speakers are here. Dr. Jyoti ma'am, Sanesa sir, maybe they are busy. Okay, moving forward. Now, yes ma'am.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah. Since I saw that not most of the speakers are absent from your concluding program, and I have just reached home from college. So anyway, I tried to be on time, and I watched your concluding program. It was as impressive as your inaugural one, which I attended. Okay, and my lecture was I don't know. I tried my level best to actually provide some substance to your workshop for the students as well as faculty members. So I'm really delighted, and I really want to congratulate you for holding such a program and even streaming them on YouTube. So it will be there for the participants, those who could not attend the program, they can be benefited later on. So I really congratulate and look forward such kind of activities, which is really the way that you have kept the standard of the program all through all the days. And though there may be some hiccups because of some experts, those who were absent and could not make it, but you have made up these things so nicely that everything went off so well. So congratulations all of you, Anita Saha, the head of the department, Shankar madam, Chandan Soni, Linu Srivastav, Manjari Singh, and all the staff members and those who have organized this whole event. It was really wonderful. So
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And we have been receiving a round of appreciation from the participants for your lecture, ma'am.
Thank
I
you,
wanted to
thank
let
you. It is my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Yes, yes. Okay, okay, please. Okay, so whenever in future, if you have this kind of event or anything at hand, definitely I can help you out. It's not that all the time I'll be the expert or a speaker. I may be participant because I love learning things. Okay, okay. Thank you. Congratulations once again. Okay, right.
Thank you so much, ma'am, Dr. Jyoti Patil, ma'am. As our boat of research reached the destination.
Ma'am,
So-
Ghanshyam sir is also there.
Yes, sir, Ghanshyam sir, please share your views, sir,
Concluding
with her.
remarks.
Oh, do you want me to speak again?
Sir, yes, sir.
We would love to listen to you, sir.
So, see, means again is giving you a kind of a gain or pain, I don't know. But again, I am here, right?
It's
again
always a gain, sir.
Again is again a kind of a gain. So thank you very much for providing me the opportunity to speak at the valedictory function. And let me congratulate the chair and all the people, those who are associated with this particular research program. Because Dr. K.L. Tandekar, the principal of Digvijay College, is known for organizing programs, and he is the person who always thinks round the clock. And few days back, I too visited your college when the NAC workshop on awareness was on. And during that, I spoke to him and I have given him another kind of an idea wherein the college has to work again. So he was telling to me that all the time you are giving so many ideas that round the clock we need to work. And yes, that's what we are for. And that's what we want to do. And that's what the culture we want to inculcate among the students. And this is what research is all about. So doing and knowing round the clock and making the things possible. And for possible, all the people, those who are associated with the Department of English, right from Dr. Anita Shankar to Mr. Chandan Soni, Mrs. Soni, all the people. So you have a wonderful team of people, those who coordinate, collaborate and coordinate with each other. At the same time, you always think in that particular way where the saying goes like this: thought without action is abortion and action without thought is folly. So that's the beautiful thing, what you are doing, amalgamating each and every aspect of research into it and bringing in a nutshell the wonderful research arenas in front of the research scholars and also the supervisors, because the supervisors cannot be kept outside of the canvas of research because they are in the canvas. So in that way, this particular program has brought many more avenues for the researchers to understand, and moreover for other colleges and other institutions to take away one particular thing, that yes, with the joint effort we can organize these things. It's not all the time the top-down approach has to be there. But at the same time, the best approach is bottom-up approach. So the bottom-up approach is coming from the college and making the Department of Higher Education, making other institutions to understand that not top-down method is more appropriate, but bottom-up approach is more appropriate, because you have really done well in bringing the experts on various aspects of research, and it's also a kind of a research for the institution and the department as well, because you too have researched on the experts, you too have researched on the topics, you too have researched how to collaborate it, how to cooperate it, how to coordinate it, and how to handle these people. So and this is also a research, and this has to be understood by all the people. And in that way, the Digvijay College has moved so well. And this is Digvijay. Nobody is going to stop you. The moment you plan it, the moment you conceive it, the moment you knit it, the moment you propagate it, it gets moving. So there is no end to it. So continue the journey of quality excellence, which is not a destination, but it's a ongoing journey. I congratulate each one of you for taking active part in the collaborative effort and also bringing all the people together on the platform and making the students and the supervisors to understand various nuances related to research. And let us again search for new topics with the search for new faces and with a search for physical presence. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
As we all have reached our destination, so before leaving this boat of research, let us make it memorable. So I request all the participants present here to kindly put their cameras on for the final snap. Please put your cameras on. Shankar ma'am. Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for sparing your precious times here for with us, and we are all means you make these 5 days very memorable, and um, thank you so much. I have no words here now because I am overwhelmed. So thank you so much. Thank you all the participants.
Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations.
Once again, we wish to thank all the participants being here, and we will meet soon in another workshop. So now we take leave and end this workshop.
Yes, that's what Mrs. Manjari has said. Sparing. Without sparing, there is no pairing. So sparing itself is pairing. So you need to spare time to get paired with the people.
Shall we all stand up for national anthem now?
विनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे जाने तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. And now we formally conclude this workshop. Thank you so much.